Studies from the Sofia University, St. Clement Ohridski, specializes in the field of critical heritage studies. His dissertation examines the social construction of the ancient Thracian heritage and its contemporary political, economic, and popular dimensions in Bulgaria. Ivo Strahilov's scholarly interests include also identity politics and performativity, modern uses of heritage, minorities, heritage, and intangible heritage. He has been a visiting fellow at the University of Guadalajara, Paris Descartes, University of Salento, and the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Okay, let's start.
Thank you.
Oh.
Can you hear me and see the slides?
Not yet, yes.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. So I'm going right away. In 2019, the National Archaeological Museum of North Macedonia hosted the exhibition 100 Years of Trebenište. Organized in cooperation with national archaeological museums in Belgrade and Sofia, this event marked the anniversary of the first excavations of the necropolis led to sensational discoveries. Using this exhibition as a case study, I would like to explore current renegotiations of heritage between the three countries and situate some of the ongoing instrumentalizations of the past within their respective national, regional, and wider European context. I find this exhibition particularly interesting and telling for several reasons. First, this is namely the trajectory of the discoveries, which simultaneously exemplifies the complex historical developments and influences the interpretation of the finds. It all started accidentally in 1918, near the end of the First World War, when the territory of nowadays North Macedonia was shortly under Bulgarian rule. During a reconstruction of the road, Bulgarian soldiers unexpectedly discovered the first grave of the necropolis, which contained rich offerings. The road repairing was then stopped, and the National Museum in Sofia was informed and asked to send archaeologists to continue the excavations. This, a few other graves were investigated, while the objects found were sent to the museum in Sofia, where they belong up to the present day. Later on in the 30s, in the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, Nikola Vulic, a professor then at Belgrade University, reinitiated the excavations. Then he founded his team, found several other graves, among which precious offerings. There were also golden masks. The destiny of some of the finds is not clear due to the beginning of the Second World War, but some of them currently belong to the collections of the National Museum in Belgrade. In the 50s, archaeologists from the museums in Ljubljana and Ohrid started for the first time systematic excavations. The materials were deposited to the museum in Ohrid, and emblematic exhibitions were arranged, such as the prehistory in Macedonia or from archaeological treasures of the Socialist Republic of Macedonia. So all this is available in more detail in the recent catalog published of this exhibition. Interest in the finds, however, both on the behalf of specialists and the general public, appeared quickly after the first discoveries. Terms like the Valley of the Kings or Trebenište culture were established and persist even today. The focus on luxurious objects justified the reading of the buried people as princes and members of an aristocratic community with mystic rituals. And although the predominant position situates the necropolis in the 6th century BC, various competing interpretations regarding the ethnicity of the bearers of the so-called Trebenište culture have been expressed and still exist. Drawing upon cultural historical archaeology, which has been discussed at length in these last days, the consensus here is about the homogeneous culture and the ethnic attribution as such. But interpretations differ over time and unstable national borders, and often serve to the re-articulations of these borders. I will leave this interpretation aside and will deal with the strategies that try to overcome, or rather to go beyond their legacy. because the assembling of the artifacts for the first time beyond national borders and beyond nationalistic framework constitutes a specific case that, to my mind, deserves further attention. This is why I observed the exhibition in Skopje and its media coverage and conducted interviews with the local curators and other heritage experts. My intention then was to juxtapose emerging narratives around the exhibition, which was supposed to be subsequently held in Sofia in Belgrade. The pandemic, however, imposed some changes in the show. The showing of the exhibition in Sofia and Belgrade was postponed. So this is a preliminary presentation of a work which is really in progress that reflects mostly my fieldwork in Macedonia, and therefore your comments and critical suggestions will be more than welcome. On the other hand, this larger period permitted the consideration of the dynamic relations and escalating tension between Bulgaria and Macedonia, to which I will come a bit later. I should also say that despite the pandemic, the anniversary of the discovery remains a topical question, since the National Museum in Belgrade showed last year a virtual exhibition of some of the finds from Trebenište. My research draws upon critical heritage theory, which defines heritage as a complex cultural process related to the politics of representation and recognition, and thus constitutes it as an arena of political action where powerful messages can be performatively articulated and contested. The concept of the usable past and its selective essence, as Professor Arnold's yesterday's lecture also underlined, is crucial. What I would like to add to these lines of thought is the immanent dissonance of heritage. Here I refer to the work of mostly of Gregory Ashworth and John Tunbridge, who equally point out that selection is unavoidable. All heritage is someone's heritage, they say, and therefore logically not someone else's. The original meaning of an inheritance implies the existence of disinheritance, and by extension, any creation of heritage from the past disinherits someone completely or partially. My second theoretical consideration is based on the idea that heritage operates and it is being made on different scales. From this perspective, I approach heritage practices by different communities, both human and non-human, as future building practices that allows for the creation and the articulation of various futures. Heritage is often described as something that is of the past in the present, but for the future, for future generation, as we often say. And although these projects are sometimes predefined and limited by the framework of the nation, its hegemonical discourse and authorized canon, alternative imageries can emerge. And this is actually what I would argue, again, based on quite preliminary data. I reckon that the archaeologists who are the curators of the exhibition try to emancipate from the established national representations and introduce new mode of transborder cooperation, which does not necessarily resolve opposing views, but rather put them in brackets and allows for them to be discussed. Such activity constitutes a political statement, not only of refusal or revision of the political impact on the archaeological knowledge produced so far, but also I would hypothesize of making an alternative heritage future. Not surprisingly, the procedure would create more tensions in Macedonia, where the necropolis is situated and where the ethnic interpretations are of particular importance in the context of national ancestors. As the banknote of 500 dinar demonstrate, the representational potential of the artifacts has been clearly appropriated, whereas for Bulgaria and Serbia, these are rather precious museum exhibits, but not invested with national sentiments. By the way, the mask on the piece of 500 dinar is from the museum in Belgrade, which also refers to the question of repatriation that appears regularly in the Macedonian public sphere. Contrary to this discourse, the exhibition and the catalogue narrated the trajectories of the finds as historical facts within their specific circumstances in a rather positive way. A special section was dedicated to the history of the excavations and main archaeologists, which may seem typical for the exhibitions of this kind, but I have to know that such contextualizations are rarely produced by Bulgarian museums. The stress was deliberately put on current fruitful cooperation through visual materials and texts, which was additionally confirmed in my personal exchanges. Statements about excellent professional relations and joint enthusiasm were made. an explicit intention to go beyond historical opposition between the countries was also affirmed. And a sign of the mutual goodwill was, for example, the agreement to communicate not in English, but in the three respective national languages, or the agreement not to use the name of former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. The friendship and collaboration were performatively asserted through joint press conferences on different occasions, both in Sofia and Skopje, where directors of the national museums and archaeologists gathered. Furthermore, the whole negotiation and preparation process was followed by media, which reported on the progress alongside government websites. The involvement of the government authorities offers another detail to this discussion. Although the initiative came from Macedonian archaeologists, it met the support of the state that is aspiring to the Euro-Atlantic structures, which also imposes reconciliation with neighboring countries and furthermore reconsideration of past antiquization. Bulgaria, on the other hand, was at that time preparing its first presidency of the European Council and decided that one of the main priorities of this mandate would be the EU accession of the Western Balkans. So Sofia imagined itself as a key actor of the Europeanization of Macedonia and thus an important regional and to a certain degree civilizational player. The leading role in the preparation of the exhibition, however, remained for the museums and archaeologists who wanted to appropriate this new constellation to introduce a true cooperation that could be developed further in larger European context with other partners. I would say that this limited participation of governments is also essential given the history of the Thracian heritage, which is the principal, we can say, promotional instrument of the Bulgarian state, and which presentation is controlled by the state in narrow archaeological framework that at the same time is highly questioned by foreign academics. Essentializations, on the other hand, were, however, still domesticated, especially in Eurocentric terms, and this excerpt from the catalog shows, and I will read part of it. The story of the Trebenište could start all over again and provide vast new horizons for international cooperation in the study of this site. This is also an opportunity to break away from another cliché that has been imposed on us by powers that be European or global. The Balkans have not always been the powder cake of Europe, but a place of mobility, contacts, and exchange of ideas. The Balkans were one of the sparks of the European civilization. It was from here that the first farmers and the earliest metallurgy spread to Europe. Principal ideas of the classical Greek civilization that later became fundamental for the European value system were born here, and so on. And what interests me from a cynical researcher's, if I may, point of view, are the contradictions around the exhibition. Such were expressed, for example, by Nade Proeva, a historian who works namely on the ethnic question of Trebenište. He contested, for example, a map published in the catalog, which was in Bulgarian. And also, Proeva questioned the quality of this cooperation and assumed that it was rather politically motivated treatment due to, I quote her, to political frustration and psychological complex of Bulgarian politicians regarding the Macedonian people, their language, and their history. Another problematic point for Proeva was the question of the name. For instance, she quotes here part of some statement by the director of the Macedonian Museum, who used the name Northern Macedonia, while this was not still accepted then at that time. So she refers to that as a political matter of fact. So even though this example may seem insignificant, they have deeper meaning. And here I would like to quote Macedonian member of Macedonian Academy, Katica Kulavkova, who said that for another occasion actually, that in the current constellation of intensified nationalist discourses in the Balkans and neighboring countries, it is logical that Macedonians feel threatened. Hence, and this is the stress I would like to put on, Every public event and procedure is read as messages and projections of the revisionist policies toward the Macedonian nation and the state. The glass is simply overflowing. No public appearance is innocent. The agony is not over. The chaos continues. The uncontrolled hate speech appears namely as a consequence of this excessive negation of the rights of the Macedonian nation. When you seize freedom and the right of people to self-identification, prepare for a reaction. Agony breeds agony. And that brings us to the question of trauma, as it was introduced by Professor Tantsos. And this is visible even in some of the commentaries left by the visitors of the exhibition in Skopje. Some of them, for instance, express a pride for being part of the Macedonian civilization, while others claim that the Macedonian gold from Trebenište is a symbol of the stolen Macedonian history and civilization, and also a contribution to the world heritage, which appears in this exhibition precisely when an attempt is being made to destroy the Macedonian state. In this regard, the project Skopje 2014, which has been mentioned several times during this spring school, appears a telling one. But we also have to consider the Bulgarian example, which includes both amateur practices, commodification, and state policies, which led to the, we can say, restoration, but also rehabilitation or rebuilding of heritage sites, and rearticulated the nation, rather economic terms, leading to some kind of, I would say, commercial nationalism. So we can better understand what Nade Proeva means when she writes that Macedonia's identity is indeed negated, or this is not a genuine reconciliation on Bulgaria's part with Macedonia, and for the establishment of cultural cooperation between the three states on a healthy foundation with real and earnest mutual respect. And to quote her further, this once more shows that politics contaminates the scholarship, and the scholarship is still, unfortunately, more or less in the service of politics. So I just want to add to this discussion the current bilateral negotiation between Bulgaria and Macedonia, where a key question was the concept of common history, as insisted by Bulgarian scholars and politicians. I believe here in this context, the boundaries are not clear at all, versus the concept of shared history, which is preferred in Macedonia. So this attack against Macedonian history, which also threatens the EU accession of the country on the basis of historical questions, leads to much bigger issues and actually limits the possibilities for future cooperation. And to end in a more positive tone, actually, we've been talking about this opposition between experts and larger public, which is not necessarily educated and trained in this field. But I would also believe that if we look more carefully at different projects and initiatives that appear among artists or among, let's say, ordinary people, whatever does that mean, we can find alternative projects that question the normative, the canon of heritage, this authorized heritage discourse, which is produced by nation states in cooperation or without or with the opposition of scholars. Apparently all kinds of such resistance in different terms, because I believe that resistance is not so strict and clear in concept. So we can find more alternative projects, initiatives that constructs different futures and somehow queer the heritage canon and the discourse produced by the nation and its powerful agencies, institutions, and experts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Who wants to comment? Dimitris?
Yes, thank you very much. Very, very quickly, thank you, Ivo, for this. And also thank you particularly for the last reference to parody or sort of counter-political or subversive archaeology, because this is also archaeology. I think this is a very good idea to pursue this further. The way archaeopolitics, as I view it, encourages this sort of parody and mimicry, sort of mockery response. So thank you for that.
Yes. Other comments or questions? Yes, Bettina?
Yes, thank you. That was really fascinating, actually. And I'm curious as well about, because you raised the question of communicating with the general public. Do you have a sense of how that exhibition was actually received by the public? In other words, not just the way it was represented in the media, but what was the actual response on the part of the public? Is there any way to gauge that?
I like this question. Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Professor Francis, for your comment as well. This topic interests me for the mockery and these counter forces that appear. And yeah, I also believe that we should investigate further there. So to the reception, actually, no. Apart from the visitors book in the museum, which I should say there were not so many comments. And also most of them were from foreign tourists. Also, maybe half of them were from foreign tourists, and the other half from written in Macedonian. Some of them just praised the exhibition and the work done by the curators and the archaeologists. They were happy to see the assembled finds from the necropolis. The other were more in that direction that I called, like talking about Macedonian civilization and establishing a continuity with present-day Macedonians. But I should say this is very limited image, and I don't. That's why I prefer actually to go into official and expert visions and strategies, because I don't feel really sure to speak about that, which is a pity, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Susanne?
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm really happy because now I learned a bit more how the story went on, because I did some research about the German activities in what is now Macedonia during the First World War. And while this, I learned there were no research about the ancient Macedonia before the World War there. And the archaeologists who came into that now Macedonia, they knew nothing about. And after the Trebinište finds, I thought they just invented the prehistory of that region. And now I'd like to ask, was it connected with the invention of the Macedonian identity? You know what I mean? I learned that in former Yugoslavia, they hired linguists to develop a Macedonian language and to develop lexica and a special perspective on that region. And I'm really surprised. Is there any connection between inventing the antiquity with Trebinište and the inventing a national identity? Is it correct?
Yes, thank you. So I decided not to go in that direction because, firstly, as a non-historian and non-archaeologist, I don't really feel comfortable to comment on that. And also, while doing my research, I will share that with you later. An article appeared by Jessica Clementi, who made a short historiographical study about these different instrumentalizations in different national schools, let's say, in Yugoslavia and then in Macedonia. And yeah, that exists. And especially in the light of looking for national ancestors. And also I believe that because Natalija, who I cited her review of the catalog, she actually made two such criticizing reviews. She interprets in rather this way. And yeah, I would say that there is a connection, but of course this is not something, you know, exclusive and unique for this case and for this country, but.
Okay, thank you. I think I will send you an email and like to ask for a bit more literature, modern literature about it. Okay, thank you very much and good luck for the project. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anastasia?
Yes, I just wanted to make a brief comment. I think, I'm not sure about the origins of that language, but I think there is indeed a specific dialect which is called the Macedonian language. It's a dialect of the Bulgarian language. I'm not sure if this is the case, but in the part of the Macedonia which has been incorporated to the Greek state, there were many groups of people who still spoke that language until the Second World War and even after the Second World War. And they were really suppressed by the Greek state. The Greek state forbidden them to speak this language. And now I've met quite a few old people who used to speak, who still speak the language when I was working on an excavation there. And they also know a lot about the origin of the language, but I don't remember many details, and I haven't studied about this subject. So maybe Ivo can tell me a little bit more, or maybe discuss it in another time.
Yeah,
and congratulations for your presentation. It was great.
Thanks. Well, this is actually when I liked very much this exhibition, and I really wanted to study it, but I was so nervous about all these political implications that such research can produce, and especially in the context of current really rising tensions between Bulgaria and Macedonia. And one of the primary questions within this debate is more like scandal, is the question of the language, which is being debated by the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences and specific institutes within, and the Macedonian Academy. So two opposing views. Yes, this is what you say about the dialect. It's actually the official position of the Bulgarian state and the Bulgarian Academy, which also edited one volume and then assisted in another one about the, so I don't remember the name, but it was some derogatory formulation in terms of some kind of what is called Macedonian language, for example.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, Macedonian Academy has the opposite position, saying that nation states can define what is the language spoken there and how to call it. So I personally don't prefer to follow these contradictions. I don't feel comfortable nor competent to intervene there. What interests me are the contradictions and trying to map out them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anastasia Vergaki.
Yes.
She graduated from the National and Capodistria University of Athens. She participated in several interdisciplinary excavations, and since 2016, she is a PhD student at the same university. She has been working on domestic ritual in small-scale societies, archaeological theory, political and social organization of the late Bronze Age settlements of Minoan Crete.
Okay, I hope you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the Neopalatial period has been regarded as a time of affluence owing to the many and elaborate court-centered buildings. These buildings are supposed to be two-tier elite and feature special types of rooms often related to ritual. Three of the best known are the so-called lustral basins, the Minoan hall system, and the pillar crypts. The above architectural features are also found in average houses, which led archaeologists to believe that we're dealing with a domestic emulation of elite architecture. But is that so? A contextual analysis of the archaeological data demonstrates that their architectural predecessors are detected in non-palatial buildings of the early and mostly the middle Minoan period, indicating the multitude's active role in the society. Lustral basins are small, paved, semi-subterranean spaces built with the use of rubble masonry, which was afterwards covered with limestone and datos. Their internal space is accessible through a wooden or stone staircase, and they are rarely decorated with frescoes according to the data available. The symbol of horns of consecration has been found in lustral basins from Knossos, Zakros, Chania, and in Akrotiri, Thera. In the town of Gournia, which is located in the Gulf of Mirabello, eastern Crete, 3 lustral basins have been unearthed, 1 in the palatial building and 2 more in houses of the settlement. On the contrary, this architectural type is not present either at Psira or at Mochlos, which are located at the same Gulf, but there is no palatial building in either of the 2 sites. Despite the fact that the so-called lustral basins are thought to be a palatial trait in Minoan architecture, were firstly designed and constructed in building C in the pre-palatial cemetery of Mochlos, dated in the early Minoan II period. However, its use is not certain since the movable finds consist only of fragmented lopeds. An analogous building was also uncovered in the cemetery of Fourni at Archanes. More specifically, building 21 had a staircase which led to its interior. According to the finds which came to light, its use is related to the preparation of feasts that used to take place in the area of the cemetery. Its chronology is uncertain, but the excavators believe that this particular building should belong to an earlier phase than the rest of the cemetery's buildings. During the Middle Minoan period, the same type appears in the hypostyle of Quarter at Malya, dated to the late pre-palatial period, and in building A of Quarter M, dated to the Middle Minoan period. As far as the function of the type is concerned, the evidence, which depends on movable finds, is unfortunately contradictory. Some of the lustral basins were found empty, while others contained bronze and/or stone tools and raw materials. Other objects of high value were also found in several cases. An assemblage of finds suggesting communal gatherings was recorded from the lustral basin of Palekastro, building B, which seemed to have been stored in the room. According to the above, the architectural type of the lustral basin draws its origin from pre-palatial contexts. During the Old and Neopalatial period, the type is adopted by settlements that include a palatial building. Until the late Minoan 1A period, the type continues to be used following invariably the same plan. The Minoan hall is an architectural modularity comprised by 3 rooms and constructed using ashlar masonry in axial alignment. There are no partition walls between them, but rather a system of pier and door partitions, which is called polythera, and could unify or separate the 3 spaces whenever people wanted to. The rooms were paved and quite spacious. The origins of the so-called Minoan hall are traced in the hypostyle crypt of Quarter M and in building A at Malya. Later on, during the Middle Minoan III period, a system of halls was constructed in Zominthos at central Crete, and one more in the southeast building of Palekastro, which was built before the Middle Minoan IIIB period. At eastern Crete, different kinds of hall systems were formed by adopting tendencies coming from other areas of the island and by adapting them to the special necessities and conditions of eastern Crete. For instance, axial alignment is not frequently observed. Also, in some cases, there is an impluvium in the central hall, which is almost never found in the hall systems of central Crete. Sometimes, instead of the polyphera system that gave access to one large room, the halls had a series of multiple doors, each one of them open to a separate room. Some characteristic examples come from House BC at Psira, Building B2 at Mochlos, the palatial building at Gournia, and Xesti 3 from Akrotiri. At Palekastro, another type of hall was developed, which is called the Palekastro Hall. It is comprised of one single room where there is an impluvium in the middle of it. Probably it was used as a light well or as a hearth. It is also attested in the Palace of Galatas in central Crete, proving the uninterrupted influence in architecture among settlements. At this point, an important observation needs to be made. Large or smaller storerooms were adjacent to the whole systems in many examples. In some cases, the polyphera gave access directly to storage rooms. The relation between whole systems and storage areas is valid, even in the early case of Building A at Malya. Unfortunately, only not recurring movable finds have come to light from whole systems. Based on the above, it can be stated that experimentations on creating spacious rooms adjacent to storage areas started during the late pre-palatial period at Malya and evolved to similar but different modularities of architecture throughout the island. They can be found either in palatial or domestic contexts. In central Crete, the Minoan hall has a tripartite axial alignment, while at eastern Crete, diverse types of hall systems were formed. As a result, we cannot attribute the term Minoan hall in all cases of hall systems. Thus, the polyphera and the hall systems are two different modularities, and Aegeanists should stop confusing them. Pillared rooms are very common in Minoan architecture. They're usually subterranean or ground rooms, which have one or more pillars in the middle, and sometimes low partition walls are dividing the room in smaller sections. They are called pillar crypts by the majority of archaeologists, attributing a sacred character to the pillar. However, the main function of a pillar in a building is static and structural, supporting the overhead ways of the upper floor. In several cases, they have windows which contribute to the circulation of light and ventilation, which comes into opposition to the widely accepted impression that pillared rooms are completely dark due to their ritual character. Furthermore, they are frequently decorated with frescoes. Pillared rooms are traced in burial buildings during the pre-palatial period, such as Fourni, Area B of Tholos Tomb B, Apesokari, Tholos Tomb A, Room G. Their use in domestic architecture becomes dominant in Middle Minoan I and constantly evolves until the late Minoan II period. However, there are experimentations regarding the structural support of houses using pillars since the early Minoan period in several examples of early Minoan II settlements. During the Neopalatial period, the use of pillared rooms increases because they are necessary in order to support multi-story buildings. At eastern Crete, pillars were usually constructed out of rubble, especially in areas which were facing difficulties in transferring large blocks of masonry through long distances, such as Psira, or in densely built settlements, such as Gournia. Mochlos is an exception because there is a quarry in use during the late Minoan 1B period in the surrounding area. According to the cases which were re-examined, the use of pillared rooms is mainly for storage of products and other kinds of commodities. Thus, there are indications of household industrial activities. In rare cases, during late Minoan 2 and 3 period, probable convivial practices took place. Pillared rooms appeared very early in Minoan domestic architecture as an effort of the people to reinforce the static properties of their buildings. Because of their subterranean character, in some cases, they evolved to ideal rooms for storage. There is no conservatism regarding their design and raw materials. On the contrary, there is adaptation to local availability of materials and to the requirements of the multitude's everyday life. Based on the contextual analysis of the archaeological evidence, it can be stated that all the above mentioned types of architecture were being formed and developed through constant experimentations since the pre-palatial period in cemeteries and settlements. They do not seem to be inventions, at least not strictly, of the elite groups which manage the palatial system. Thus, the idea of diffusionism has led to offer easy solutions when the archaeological data are not enough to support a theory on when they do not exist at all. Consequently, the archaeology of prehistoric Crete was trapped in the frame of palaces, kings, and elite groups, as the situation was in the contemporary civilizations of Near East. Unfortunately, Evans's ideas still serve as a starting point for many important or less important issues of debate in the archaeology of the Aegean. In spite of the fact that we have moved on regarding theory and the political organization of ancient civilizations, especially the last 2 decades, we are still deeply rooted in Evans's rhetoric regarding the origins of European modernity. These origins are traced in the familiar to his Victorian and Edwardian society of palaces, villas, manor houses, and kings. And please be aware that I'm not expressing the view that the aforementioned institutions did not exist in prehistoric Crete. I am just proposing to re-examine the archaeological data available in order to propose probable new interpretive approaches and re-evaluate the validity of the old ones. Apart from the influence of Evans, we still need to unhook our methodologies from the impact of our modern conservative top-down models of political organization. Consequently, a shift in focus from the ceremonial and administrative cause of urban sites, namely the palaces and Minoan villas, to residential sites in their vicinity or in a distance from them will allow us to succeed a complete view of the daily life, social identity, and the role of the multitude within this society. This is actually what my research partially endeavored. Lastral basins emerged from the communal cemeteries of the early Minoan period, which were also areas of gathering and display for the commoners coming from the surrounding settlements. Communal cemeteries of the pre-palatial period were also areas of experimentation in architecture, especially since the early Minoan III period and so on. Storage rooms, open paved areas for the gatherings of the multitude, as well as pillared rooms made their first appearance. Pillared rooms were present in a few cases of the early Minoan settlements as well, the people of which used the communal tombs. As a result, the multitude's presence is strong already since those early periods of the Minoan culture, when there was a group of people who were responsible for organizing communal events and supervising the construction of new architectural types, which could satisfy the augmented needs for communal gatherings, as well as the improvement of domestic architecture. Late pre-palatial period is characterized by the transmittal of the aforementioned types to large settlements, which seem to adopt a model of central storage system, such as in Maya, and the modularity of halls interconnected through the pier and door partition systems makes its first appearance in a building which is considered to have been of communal use. More specifically, the hypostyle crypt is related to communal gatherings and storage of goods. Therefore, the need to invent a modularity which could function as an area of transit for the multitude's gatherings, as well as for the transportation of products to be stored, increased. During the old palatial period, the diffusion of these architectural types is limited in few cases. Some of them were previously mentioned, and for sure, they are not dominant only in the palaces. During the neo-palatial period, the types of architecture under discussion were fully developed and were present in palaces, villas, as well as in simple residences. An important difference from place to place is the variety of raw materials. In central Crete, the entire architecture is more elaborate, while at Eastern Crete, people did not have the same building materials at their disposal. As a result, the final layout of the majority of buildings is more rustic. This is evident in the whole system of House BC on the island of Psira, or in House AF, where the so-called pillar crypt cannot at any way be compared to the ones from the residences of Knossos. However, there is a quarry at Mochlos where the mining begins during late Minoan 1B period, and therefore ashlar masonry and carefully carved blocks of limestone were being used for the construction of buildings. Another clue which indicates the significance of the multitude in the formation of the complex societies of Bronze Age Crete is the observation that there are no differences regarding elaboration or lavishness among houses and administrative buildings, such as the palaces within the same settlement. Knossos is the most characteristic example. The same can be stated for Mochlos and for Psira as well. Building B2 is the largest in size of the settlement. However, all the rest houses share common architectural characteristics, or even better elaboration in some cases, and of course the same raw materials. At this point, it is important to stress that there is not enough evidence regarding the movable finds from these types of architecture in order to connect them to ritual. It seems that in the central hall systems of the palatial building of Gournia, many conical cups and traces of grains and fruits were unearthed during recent excavations. However, taking into account that a group of storage rooms was set around it, we must think of the possibility that the above-mentioned finds were the remains of their transportation into storerooms. Conical cups can be found in storerooms quite often as auxiliary equipment for emptying the pithoi. The possibility, however, of the performance of convivial events cannot be excluded, even though this is a unique case. Most of the relevant rituals used to take place in open areas, such as the theatral area of building B2 at Mochlos, in the open area AC10 of house AC at Psira, in the southeast court of the palatial building of Gournia, or even in the upper floors of residences, as it was proved in the examination of houses during my PhD. The convivial gatherings are not a typical characteristics only of the palaces, but of the entire Minoan everyday life, and draw their origins from the communal cemeteries of the early Minoan period, proving the diachronic significance of the multitude in Minoan Crete. Only in lustral basins one can find indications of their probable ritual character, or at least symbolic, not only because of the formalism observed in architecture and their construction in significant administrative buildings, but also because there is a connection of them with the so-called horns of consecration. The last is a symbol which appears during the Old Palatial period. As a result, lustral basins are probably in close connection with a specific system of administration. The last emerges gradually in the final pre-palatial period, when administrative buildings with large storage capacities, such as the hypostyle crypt at Malya, were being constructed. All those buildings, as well as their descendants, the so-called palaces, are within a settlement as if they were emerging from it. Consequently, it seems that we have underestimated the multitude's potential to intervene in the social processes and to form social structures and rules that determine them in order to achieve the balanced operation of a specific system of social and political administration. According to the previously presented data and the discussion which followed, it can be concluded that the power of the multitude is obvious since the early Minoan period through the experimentations in architecture and through the organization of social gatherings in communal cemeteries. Lustral basins and pillar crypts were gradually developing since the early Minoan period. During the final pre-palatial period, pyre and door partition systems were invented, inextricably related to the need for space, as well as easy movement of people and transportation of goods at the same time. All three types are present during the entire palatial period. Pillared rooms, as well as pyre and door partition systems, are attested in the palaces and in houses at the same time. Pyre and door partition systems are found mainly in residences with large capacity of storage. On the contrary, lustral basins are only present in buildings related to administration, and they are the only type of architecture bearing a probable ritual character, even though it cannot be proved by the finds that came to light from their interior space. As a result, we must limit and/or control the inevitable influence we receive from our modern systems of administration within capitalism in order to interpret ancient and mainly prehistoric societies. New bottom-up interpretive approaches focused on houses in combination with the contextual analysis of the archaeological data will probably offer us a clearer and more logical explanation for the presence of the palaces. Thank you all for your attention. And thank you very much, Miglena, for your support during all this process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bettina?
Yes, of course, I have a question. I
cannot
actually, can you
stop
hear me?
sharing. Yes, okay, now I stopped sharing, yes.
Okay, so I'm actually really glad to see that you're taking this approach. It was the focus of a session a couple of years ago that is about to come out as a Cambridge University Press volume entitled "Power from Below in Pre-Modern Societies." So I think you're definitely onto something, as well as this problem of projecting expectations back into the past, both in the settlement and conceivably actually in the mortuary context, the same problem that we have at the Heuneburg in terms of studying essentially the larger mounds and basically just ignoring the smaller ones. My question to you is, has there been any organic residue analysis carried out on those lustral basins to find out what they actually were used for? Because it sounds as though their interpretation is largely based on stylistic sort of analysis. Is that correct?
Yes. I don't think that organic analysis has taken place because they have been excavated, most of the examples, a century ago. So I don't think that something like that took place. And I don't think ever organic material has ever been found inside a lustral basin. And there are only up to now 34 examples, just 34 examples of lustral basins. And if we take under consideration that there are thousands of Minoan buildings and crates, it's a very small number of examples. Yes.
Yep. Thanks.
Yes, Dimitris?
Anastasia, very well done. Thank you. Excellent work. I'm sure you're aware of this, but you and I, as Greeks, as Greek-born, sometimes it's difficult to observe, to appreciate how heavily Hellenized this discipline is. And I would encourage you to just note somewhere the pressure from those Greek-sounding terms, polytheron, hypostyle, crater, this, that, terms introduced from classical archaeology, as your supervisor yesterday noted also, how this classicization of Greece, this Hellenization of Greek archaeology, has affected even the most mundane processes in our work. How everything you see on Minoan Crete or on Mycenaean Peloponnese or whatever has to be seen through a 5th century Athenocentric bias. Everything has to sound Greek or classical. That's just a footnote.
Yes, and you're right, and I am planning to do that and give more emphasis on that in a future paper. Yes, you're very right, and thank you very much.
Yes, other comments or questions? Yes, Paulina?
Yes, I just want to make a short comment about this because, of course, we all observe it about this easy label of something being ritual. You know, if we don't know what to call it, we call it ritual, and sometimes it does get a political or maybe a competitive context. In our case, it's competition between the two regions where Poland actually started. Was it Wielkopolska or Małopolska? One is the Poznań area more in the north, the other one is Kraków. And we know from written sources that it was around Poznań somewhere. We don't know exactly when the baptism took place in the 10th century, but of course the Kraków archaeologists, they had to discover, you know, a baptism basin of their own, and they did. Now we obviously know that it's just a lime pit, you know, used for building the church, and it's obvious to anyone but a Kraków archaeologist. If you're an archaeologist from Kraków, it's absolutely, you know, forbidden to say it's a baptism basin, and it's at least 50 years older than all the ones found in Wielkopolska. So it happens everywhere.
Yes, it happens everywhere. Yes. And Burak mentioned something that the lastral basin assumes function, the term. Yes, and you're absolutely right, Burak. The archaeologists of the early 20th century who excavated lastral basins thought that it might be that ritual baths used to take place in these areas. Yes, and many other interpretations always related to ritual.
Yes, James.
Thank you very much for that fascinating paper. I comment in terms of the content from an absolute position of ignorance. It is, you know, it's a long time before anything I work on, but the methodological problem that you're speaking to in terms of how do we identify community organization from below versus this is, I wonder if you could comment on that as a more general theoretical problem that we face, because a parallel in my discipline is there's often been a desire to identify in the communities of post-Roman Britain, again, this kind of, there's been this sort of anti-egalitarian impulse, this egalitarian impulse to identify egalitarian anti-elite community organization. And I am sympathetic as someone with an egalitarian politics to that desire. But on the other hand, sometimes I also worry that we, in my field, in my area, there is a danger sometimes to try and find egalitarian organization or anti-elite organization where actually no elites are exerting control and they are extracting resources from community populations and they are oppressing local populations. And how do you, as someone who wants to see that egalitarianism and give people of the past power, where do you draw the line in looking for those particular characteristics? I appreciate in your case, yes, partly it is empirical, but there is always our own politics feeding into that, right? So
yes, I know what you mean, and this is not what exactly I'm trying to do. All the contemporary civilizations of the Minoans were, of course, had their elite groups, aristocracies, palaces, kings, priests, and all these things that we know they existed through their literature. However, what I'm just trying to say is that specific architectural types that we meet during the Neopalatial period, basically during the whole palatial period, but mostly in Neopalatial architecture, are not firstly attested in the Neopalatial architecture. Their origins are traced even in the early Minoan period, and that there is a continuity in architecture starting from where there weren't any palaces. And that, of course, there were elite groups in Minoan Crete, probably because all these large buildings that we call palaces, they needed an organization from above to be constructed. It's a very complex phenomenon. But however, I'm not sure that we should talk about palaces, because in Crete there are so many palaces, palatial buildings, smaller administrative buildings with some of the characteristics of the large palaces. So it's a little bit quite more complex in Crete. Okay.
Okay, thank you for
helping
for your thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Yorgos?
Thank you. I have well, actually, I have two comments. One has to do with what Dimitris said about this classicist approach. To be fair to Minoan archaeology has been trying to balance between a classicist and a non-classicist approach. And it is interesting that the classicist approach has been brought both by Greek and non-Greek researchers. For example, Alexander, I think, Walter Graham, who did the standard architectural textbook on Minoan architecture in the 60s. He did his PhD on classical houses. The terminology, however, is, I think, that the result of Greek archaeologists having been brought up in a classicist environment and transferring it to Crete. Although I'm not sure if this was a kind of, how can I put it, of a strategic decision to do it. It was just their general background I mean, their wish to translate terms from another language. Polytheron was the Pierre and Dor partition, and they just didn't know how to say it. But it's true that all these people, like, for example, Nikolaos Platon or Spiridon Marinatos, were either contemporaries with people, with architects who had a classicist training.
Not referring just to the Greeks. It's just that for us, being Greek, a Greek word doesn't sound so peculiar. That's what I meant.
And to be fair, even Sir Arthur Evans tried to employ his classicist background to undo the mythos, the myth of Minos. But you're right that I would say that there is a very complex and intricate balance there, which is very interesting as a topic. My other comment has to do with, as a reaction to what James said, I think egalitarian is not necessarily the best term these days, because egalitarian in a way means that you just, level everything. Whereas the notion of the multitude that Anastasia employed implies that there are asymmetries, there are differences, but these stay more or less to the horizontal level of organization. This, especially the multitude, is argued to be evident when you have a lot of ritual activity happening at the horizontal level. And actually, the Minoan Crete is such a case, where you see a lot of emphasis on ritual. So it kind of invites you to use this term, this concept.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other comments or questions, we go to our next speaker. Zenta Broka-Lāce is a PhD student at the Faculty of History and Philosophy at the University of Latvia. She works as a scientific assistant at the Department of Archaeology of the Latvian History Institute. And she is also a chief specialist at the Getty-Cas History and Art Museum of Jelgava. Her scientific interests and PhD project are related to theory and history of archaeology in Latvia. The PhD project investigates how archaeology has developed, changed, and been used by different political narratives during various political regimes, including Nazi and Soviet occupation. So, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm trying to share my screen. I don't know.
You are successful.
Right now, are you seeing the big screen?
Yes.
Yes, I don't see myself, but okay. There's something like that. Okay, so I will start. First of all, I have to make clear the fact that archaeology in Latvia, the academic tradition, which I myself belong to, is a particularly national discipline. This obviously nationalist approach, however, can be reasoned as a response to traumatic experiences of constant imperialist and colonialist attempts to invalidate and delete the entity which is defined as Latvia. From an academic standpoint, archaeology is perceived as a part of history, There is no designated study program for archaeological education in Latvia, so officially I am a historian with a specialty in archaeology. Latvian archaeology is inextricably linked with the history of Latvia and all of the geopolitical struggles. The history of archaeology in our country is not periodized according to shifts or turns in scientific theory. It is based on who was in power, beginning with the Russian Empire until the time of the restored Republic of Latvia after the 1991 and onwards. From the view of disciplinary history, I would say those are some 200 years of cultural historical archaeology with slightly different emphasis at different times. This first semi-professional archaeologists in Latvia were Baltic Germans, intellectuals in the 19th century who were products of classical education, romanticism, and all of the concepts of antiquarian sentiments. Exactly as in American mound builder case, local inhabitants at the beginning were considered too savage to be somehow related to archaeological heritage that they started to unearth. And the Germans wrote that those are artifacts and monuments from Normans or Varyags. Afterwards, they did acknowledge that the Latvians must be somehow related to the cultures here, and influenced by the ideas of romanticism, the Baltic Germans began to look at Latvians as noble barbarians. Dissatisfied with this colonially paternalistic archaeology, Latvians also gained education and overtook archaeological investigation and incorporated it in a national discourse. During the Second World War, Latvia was occupied 3 times. In a short period of 5 years, archaeology experienced dramatic changes. Today, I will talk only about the time of Soviet occupation. I should, of course, stress that till this day, some people would believe that Latvia was liberated and voluntarily joined the happy multinational Soviet Union, but I hope there are no one in this auditory who would buy this story. Due to communist occupation, Latvia was forced to adapt Soviet scientific theories of the official ideology, Marxism and Leninism, and dialectical materialism. The basis of Soviet archaeology was historical materialism, proclaimed as the exclusively truthful scientific method. According to this scientific methodology, the aim of archaeology was to research the forces of production in ancient societies, social relations, and their regularities. Marxist theory is based on a romanticized assumption that there was a primitive communism and a better society already in prehistoric times. As soon as 1940s, there were already propaganda texts and guidelines made for Latvian archaeologists. The teachings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin was believed to have a great power because they were the only correct and truly scientific teachings. A communist regime was considered the most scientifically and theoretically sound model of society, linking science with ethical categories. The truthfulness and rightness was something that any other idea or scientific statement that Marxist was accused of lacking. We should also bear in mind that the Marxist theory was not consistent and monolith. There are many contradictions, personal likes and dislikes. The application of this theory in science enabled dogmaticism, unfounded submission to authority, at the same time making one to believe that the values of scientific thought can be preserved in this process. Marx borrowed Hegel's historical determinism and the abstract idea of single factor governing the course of history without actual facts behind the theory. Leszek Kolakowski remarked how Soviet Marxism was indistinguishable from Russian chauvinism and became an official mania. Propaganda declared that all important technical inventions and discoveries has been made by Russians. Since the Soviet Union is by definition the bastion of human progress, whatever serves Soviet interests is progressive and whatever does not is reactionary. As the Soviet Union was by definition the mainstay of worldwide liberation movement, and any armed incursion or seizure of foreign territory on its part was not an invasion, but an act of liberation. Marxism thus provided the Soviet state with a repertoire of arguments that were far more useful as tools for imperialism than the clumsy and even absurd principles with which Tsarist Russia sought to justify its rule over alien peoples. Soviet archaeology, which was Marxist archaeology, in the West till this day tend to be perceived exactly as Soviets wanted it. Their propaganda managed to convince many Western intellectuals. Leo Klein has pointed out the lack of general understanding in the West about the nature of Soviet archaeology. Marx himself was actually little interested in ancient civilizations other than Greece. He described China and India as infantile, barbarian, and spiritually weak, expressing support for colonization. He once wrote the Orient had given us nothing but religion and plague. And he also believed that socialism is possible only in developed countries. Engels, for example, supported French colonization of Algeria. Bulgarians, according to him, were a race of swineherds who would do best to keep quiet under Turkish rule pending the European Revolution. Small nations were enemies of the developed West, but the historic peoples, Germans, Poles, and Hungarians, should rule over the Slavs, except Russia. All the small subject peoples had played no part in European history and would never be independent. In general, the allegedly higher civilization should prevail over the lower, progress over barbarism and stagnation, and so on. Soviet Union saw itself as a historical nation in opposition to the small Latvia, tasked with a non-historical mission to be the subject of greater power. These relations showed up also in prehistory as Soviet science tried to inform us how grateful we should be to our big brother throughout the history. The so-called Latvian nationalists or bourgeois nationalists were accused of not recognizing Slavophile doctrine that Russian people have a mission to save Europe from its doom. There haven't been enough discussions about the archaeological ethics under totalitarian Soviet rule. Today, scientists who worked under the Soviets say that the ideology meant nothing to them, and they just wanted to do their job, paying little or even no contribution to the regime. I often think, was it always just pretending, conjuring innocent forms of speech in the introduction and conclusion of the text, or rather, a deeper influence of this political ideology can be traced in our science. The first deals with the devil from ethical perspective were sealed at the very beginning of the Soviet Latvian archaeology. The question was how to maintain your job. This is one example of ethical dilemmas the archaeologists had to face during the dark times. This is a married couple, Elvira Šnore and Rauls Šnore. They were very well-known Latvian archaeologists with good education. Rauls had actually improved his scholarship in Stockholm, London, Oxford, Cambridge, and Berlin. He was a director of the City Historical Museum. Elvira was a leader of archaeological department in the National History Museum. And at the end of the war, they tried to flee to Sweden, but got caught. Were arrested and sent to the Mordovia. Meanwhile, Elvira stayed in Latvia and actually became the leading figure of new Soviet Latvian archaeology. Her husband was tortured in Gulag, while she was one of the few who had rights to do her job and even attend foreign archives and conferences. The price she had to pay for the position was to write an ideological condemning article about her friends, colleagues, and teachers, otherwise known as bourgeois nationalists, to unmask, debunk, discredit, or publicly redeem the sins of wrong thoughts, also of your own, seems to be the very first thing that regime asked of its scientists in order to pass the ritual of initiation into this pseudo-religious ideology. Raul Šnore was lucky. He survived, and after 10 years returned home. They met again. His health, though, was seriously damaged, and within a few years he died. What would we choose? Career or over honor, over career, over honor and self-respect, or personal life? As their daughter, also an archaeologist, once wrote, that the mother, Elvira, carried off this burden her whole life, but the only motivation to not quit was awareness that she is doing it for the benefit of Latvia and her people. Besides personal betrayals, Soviet archaeology asked one to promote all kinds of scientifically unsubstantiated ideas. One of the first research problems of the new Institute of History was the research of material culture of Eastern Latvia and relation with Slavic peoples in the Iron Age. This topic was assigned to Elvira, and she had to provide material that would allow to properly resolve the issue of the degree of development of feudalism in Latvia before the invasion of the German conquerors. Institute started its work with huge plans of archaeological excavations in Latvia. The new regime saw expansion of excavation work as extremely important, and it was stated that the only excavations can help to clarify questions about the first inhabitants of Latvia, their occupation, the degree of economic and cultural development, etc. Furthermore, archaeology had to provide material indicating the existence of class inequality as ancient as possible, whether material supported it or not. If you wanted to work in the field, there were certain scientific questions that required a so-called proper understanding. Huge amount of burials were uncovered, but the main outcome of this was the opportunity to study the property and social differences of society in this era, and the individual traits or deeper understanding of past was not necessary, just statistics. Who had more grave goods? And Soviet archaeology understood as researched only a completely excavated, destroyed object. It was considered a complex method. At some point, we can see traces of positivist approaches here. Only by digging up everything, we will achieve the goal. It is also worth noting that the research of Latvian hillforts, which was the most widely studied topic in archaeology of independent Latvia, became one of the main goals also during the Soviet times. On the one hand, it is self-evident because the hill forts are one of the most numerous and remarkable archaeological monuments in Latvia. On the other hand, they were perceived as symbols of power and ideologically significant sites. Soviets had to dismiss previous ideas about hill fort lines of defense against Slavic invaders in eastern Latvia and find proofs of evidence of centuries of friendship between Baltic and Slavic peoples instead. Archaeological investigation had a very clear purpose: to legitimate and justify the Russian presence in the territory of Latvia. Therefore, excavation sites were carefully selected, mainly avoiding Western Latvia, where Scandinavian influences could be found. The never-ending obsession with ethnicity in prehistory should clearly be under suspicion, since Marxism asked to reflect on class, not nation, as the main explanatory unit. At some point, legitimating land ownership became one of the main goals of archaeology as a science. Ever since the establishment of Marxist archaeological science in Latvia, notable part of research was dedicated to the question of Latvian ethnogenesis. In every research, one of the most important themes was the ethnicity, Latvian anthropology, anthropological type determination, and puffed up conclusions about class struggle between anthropological groups. The Soviet rule was also a huge challenge in the field of preservation of cultural heritage. This topic is still not yet fully understood in Latvian historiography, since massive industrialization works destroyed incomprehensible amounts of monuments, while archaeologists were forced to rush amounts of work which could have been done in decades. Looking back on science in Soviet Union, the statement that archaeology was a safe place to hide from ideology does not make sense. Scientific work under totalitarian systems leads to discussions about the nature of acceptable professional practice. In Latvian archaeology, we can see many examples of archaeologists who tried to maintain the highest professional standards. However, it is still under question whether all careers under Soviet rule were made in an ethical way, and was all research results reflected in an adequate manner. As far as I have observed, the aftermath of Soviet archaeology is that all Latvian archaeology is still pretty much operating within the framework of cultural historical traditions, and with few exceptions, there are no pretensions to lean on any kind of theoretical approaches. Actually, it seems that the theory of archaeology by many is regarded as suspicious or unnecessary exactly due to the experience of the Marxism and ideological pressure during Soviet period. The future and development of discipline in a somewhat positivist sense is now seen in closer cooperation with the natural sciences. So that's it for me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, comments, questions? Yes, Paulina?
Yes, thank you, Zenta, very much. It was extremely interesting, especially for me, since I'm dealing with a similar subject in Poland. And I think you touched upon a very important issue here, which is practically a paradox about this national romantism paradigm that was so strong and is still very strong, which made the Marxists who denied the concept of a nation as such focused and hooked up on ethnicity at the same time so strongly. This is, it's in theory, it's completely absurd, but I can confirm that this was exactly the case of Poland, where everything was focused on emphasizing the value of the Slavonic relations, Pan-Slavism and stuff like that, and everything in opposition to anything that might be considered Germanic. So paradoxically, the ethnic archaeology was introduced to Poland by Marxists. That's the reality. Thank you.
Yes, Cosmin?
I'm kind of continuing from Paulina's idea. I was also thinking of a paradox in the Marxist historiography, ways of doing science, of being a scholar in the communist time. And I think what happened in Romania, and I'm curious if it's the same in your case, actually, because you touched upon this idea of positivism a bit, I think, of moving away from interpretations. I think what happened, what I know it happened in Romania, is again this paradox of, you have the Marxist paradigm, but actually in practice, scholars became more and more positivist. So they ran away from interpretations. And I think this was partly a strategy of survival. So you would stick to the facts and you would not get into troubles. You would not get involved in more sensitive political issues. And also, as actually one of my colleagues, Ada Haidu, remarked, in art history, it was a very interesting way actually to assert the value of the discipline. When you would stick to formalism, when you would just describe what you see, it was a way kind of to assert the value of the certain artwork, because it was not, so to say, tainted by politics. So what in the Marxist view, you would have art of the past was a product of the bourgeois development. So it was not to be valued. But if you would go away from this interpretations, then you would be able somehow to speak and to praise some art of the past just by being positivist. Yeah.
if I may say, I think the great deal of this positivist approach was because of the obsession with the statistics and quantification in every aspect of Soviet life. And also it came into the science that we need quantifiable results. So more, and even more in every plan, we have to write even more achievements, and it is easier to count achievements in the positivistical way.
You're right. It was also the problem that there were so many areas unexplored, actually, I think.
Susanne?
Zenta, thank you very much. I think your region is a kind of laboratory to check how scientists acting under different conditions, you know, and how quick they have to change their strategies. Just a comment to the connection between Marxism and quantification and statistics. I think that's nothing what really is connected with Marxism. It's connected with modern nation building from the late 19th century, because all the nations all the states, not the nations, all the states who had the capacity started to count their people, count their language, their religion, just their numbers. And it was in all the empires, except of the Ottoman Empire, but in Austria and in Germany, these counting people was the key to decide these are the right Germans, these are the Polish citizens who has to teach more German and so on. It was the key strategy, counting and then educating or punish them. And I think Russia learned that strategy from the best, you know what I mean? They developed it with much more pressure than the Austrian colleagues or the Germans, and they used it to define their network of nations. You know, before they start to count, there were just more ethnicities in Russia than after the revolution. They decided this is a usable nation and this is just too small. And so I just want to say it's an old strategy to create nations, a modern strategy. But thank you very much and all the best for the project.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other comments or questions, we can take a break, half-hour break.
Good.
Our next speaker is Oana Dichel. She's a PhD student at the Babeș-Bolyai University of Cluj-Napoca. In her PhD thesis, she addresses the problem of public archaeology, of its concepts and methods. She participated to several archaeological investigations, for instance, to the famous Grădiștea de Munte archaeological site. Besides public archaeology, she is interested in promoting and protecting the cultural heritage, as well as in the relation between archaeologists and education, economy, politics, and the media. So you can start.
Thank you, Professor Niculescu. Hello to everyone again. I will start my presentation, but I want to say from the beginning that it's impossible in 20 minutes to discuss all the problems about the archaeology in Romania in the last 3 decades. So I try to explain some problematics, but it's really impossible to see everything. I will share the screen. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that I will
Make it a slideshow to be
stop the
easier.
video. So if it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I will start. It is well known that during the communist period, especially in the last 2 decades, nationalism reached its peak in Romania. During this period, history was one of the most important tools of manipulation of the communist regime, a glorious history for a glorious people who, despite the imperialist desires coming from outside, they resist. The history is understood to be national, becomes the main element of propaganda, being present in a suffocating way in the press, radio, and television programs, film studios, theaters, bookstores, music, in every aspect of the life. The history is, and this period was described by Vlad Georgescu as the one that is the story of memorial, of requiem, aspect debated in the paper Politics and History, the case of the Romanian communists between 1944 and 1977. In this paper, Vlad Georgescu remarked, on the one hand, the ideological instrumentalization and at the same time the multiplication, anniversaries, celebrations, historical commemorations, whether they were in view personalities of the national past, events worth nothing, or just seniority some cities. Archaeology and archaeological discoveries were no exception. They were put at the service of the communist propaganda that led to the creation of a forgotten image of prehistory. An identifying example is the historiography of the Second Iron Age that served the interest of President Nicolae Ceausescu by creating and identifying his image with the hero Burebista and the Communist Party in the subsidiary. The phenomenon has been analyzed in recent works by several archaeologists and historians, of which we can mention Mircea Babeș, Florin Constantiniu, Dragomin, Sorin Oanță, Lucian Boia, or Alin Hentz. The year 1980 was a very important one because we celebrate 2050 years have been the most important event of the moment. This was the idea to celebrate the first centralized and independent nation state that was actually to celebrate the first Romanian state. As Alin Hentz very well points out in his work, Archaeology in National Communism, the Nation and the History of the Memorial, the number 2050 is ridiculous because we celebrate decades, millennia. But nothing is accident because in the same year, the Bulgarian neighbors were celebrate 1,300 years since the founding of the first Bulgarian Tsar. For this flag-bearing holiday, Burebista was chosen. Why? After all, communist ideology speaks of change and progress through the movement of the masses, not through that of the individual one. The answer is quite simple, actually. We know
sorry to interrupt you. Are you changing the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, I don't
because
have.
We can see only the first one. The
yes,
title.
but only when will be the moment. Because for the moment I don't have images.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to make sure. Yeah.
Yes, sorry. After all, communist ideology speaks of change and progress through the movement of the masses, not through that one of the individual. The answer is quite simple. We know very little about Burebista, so propaganda could create any kind of portrait of him, and yet it was important enough to be mentioned by the sources of antiquity. At this moment, Nicolae Ceausescu identifies with Burebista, both as protective parents of the Romanian nation who commit deeds of glory. As Alin Hens, and it's not the only one, very well points out in his work, I don't know, okay. As I noticed in his work was the shaker and the maker, because in this moment, Burebista, it's Nicolae Ceausescu, and Nicolae Ceausescu is Burebista. So it's the shaker and the maker who, by disposition at the top of the hierarchy and through his decision, he shaped the whole society. Burebista offered legitimacy to the communist leader. The focus on Burebista was the role of projecting in the distant past the image of a society that Nicolae Ceausescu he wanted it to done. A free and an independent people closely united around its leader supreme, which at the same time withstood foreign dangers, aspect highlighted by the historian Lucian Boia in his paperwork History and Myth in the Romanian Conscience. Because I want to speak a little bit also about the involvement and promoting archaeology in the last 3 decades, I want to say, and because I want to switch, I think you can see, Professor Niculescu, the next slide, no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. A good question is, how strong did the image of the Dacian king remain in the collective mind after 89? Because I was speaking about them. That's so strong. What you are seeing in this picture is representing Decebalus, that was the last king of Dacian, that is being carved in rock. This is in the Danube River, and I think that my colleagues from Serbia knows quite very well this image. This is the producer of Businessman, that he's also known as protochronist amateur historian, Iosif Constantin Drăgan, that promote and finance the idea of this work that was carried out between 1994 and 2004. The idea to make this impression sculpture in that place, it's not, it's very important because in the same place, but on the other part of the Danube River in Serbia, we have the memorial plaque for almost 2000 years of the large road of the Roman Emperor Trajan, at Tabula Traiana, sorry. And actually, for the most of the historians and for most of the people, it's, if you want, a declaration, a Dacian contemporary declaration of war to the Romans, okay? Going further, after the collapse of the communist regime and the establishment of the democratic one in Romania, culture, heritage, and of course archaeology have undergone a process of transit, adaptation, or reconfiguration like many other fields. In the paper published by Dragoman and Oana Marghitu in 2003, addresses to the archaeological practice that including that of the measure to protect also cultural heritage in the social-political context before and after 89, but also from the perspective of power relations in academia. The two authors divide the post-communist period in 2 phases. The first one between 1989 and 2007, that is the year in which Romania joined the European Union, and from 2007 from our days. The first sequence was considered to to be a transition from our communist heritage to democracy and liberalism or neoliberalism, how you prefer. For the first stage, the authors consider that in terms of archaeology, the old system is perpetuate, rigid, centralized, hierarchical, and tributary to the nationalist but not communist ideology. They make up the decalogue of the Romanian archaeologists by analyzing the homage volumes, which demonstrate how impressioned they remain even after 1989. Of course, this is not a topic of discussion, but it manifests itself periodically through gesture, words, and attitudes. For example, if you specialize in medieval archaeology and are not compelled to criticize the work of other colleagues specialized in other periods, or the fact that the young archaeologists have no right or of opinion before seniors on the pretext that the former did not produce archaeology, that is, they did not process and publish a batch of archaeological materials. And this is how we come to the perpetuation of positive works from communist periods, only that the reasons are different. Okay. Nationalist accents in archaeology and history have diminished over the time, but they erupt only in well-defined context. One of them is the timing of elections, or in artificial tension between Romanians and the Hungarian minority. I think this is an interesting topic that should be developed by, I don't know, by me, by other peoples with other occasions. Now we are in the stage in which the archaeologists and the archaeology are marginalized and returned to the attention of the public through a sensational discovery. And in the case of politicians, it served them for something. For example, between February 9, 2012 and May 7, 2012, Mihai Răzvan Ungureanu was Prime Minister of Romania. And in the 78 days of leadership, there was more talks about the archaeology discoveries made during the construction of the Orăștie-Sibiu highway than about the economic and social issues and politics of Romania. Asked at the end of his term what was his greatest achievement, he replied, "The greatest achievement of my mandate remains the archaeological discoveries made on the Orăștie-Sibiu highway sections." Notice that Mihai Răzvan Ungureanu isn't an archaeologist and he didn't dig up in Orăștie, but the greatest his achievement are the archaeological discoveries. Because I mentioned the great infrastructure and works in Romania, it must be emphasized that the constant political discourse against them and the identification and research of archaeological sites has been put in a negative light. The reason why Romania does not have highways is that archaeologists still find something. In this context, archaeologists and archaeology have been and are those who oppose the economic development of the country. Okay, who defends archaeologists? No one, not even their great boss, the Minister of Culture. And how can be this possible? Well, if you look on the presentation, you can see 32 years since the fall of communists. We had 36 governments with 30 Minister of Culture. It's a disaster. It's a complete mess because we change people, but in the same time, when we change a minister, he came up with another agenda. So we all the time put something else in agenda. We start things, but we never end things. And also because we had, how you can see, periods of great instability that didn't help the development of a proper management of cultural heritage in Romania. In this state of instability, the Minister of Culture were seen, and I will switch off this one, seen ticks of the system, people put there to eat money from the budget and to serve the particular interests, especially of the big developers, because for them, the cultural heritage is in an obstacle. Regarding the Ministry of Culture, as well as those who were in charge of it, they did not create development policies for archaeology. We cannot talk about an efficient management system of the archaeological or cultural heritage. Regarding the legislation in the field, until the adoption of the Government Ordinance number 43 from 2000, the protection of the archaeological heritage and the declaration of some archaeological sites as areas of national interest. So for 10 years, there was a legislative vacuum in the field, which allowed the drift of everything that means archaeology. In this context, it is not surprising how easily the old research system was perpetuated until it collapsed in the face of new social, economic, and political realities. For more than 20 years, we have been talking about the creation of a pertinent legislation in the field, a promise that every Minister of Culture makes, but which he does not actually assume. Also that I want to say one thing more, if it's okay. That even in the front of Ministry of Culture, we had an archaeologist, Puiu Harshoti. And of course, he promised a commission to create a new legislation or make something, but nothing happened, of course. So the conclusions. One, we can talk about the difference between communist period and now is that the manipulation and everything, the involvement of the political is not on the face. It happened on the background. And this is what I'm saying is the worst. Because before 89, you knew it. You knew the situation. You have a party, you're responsible in the front of the party. But now, well, now if you try to say something, of course, you don't go on jail like in communist period, but you put a big target in your back and this can destroy you. And we have some examples in Romania, the people that try to defend the cultural heritage and were they, I think the correct, it would be to say media lynch. And for some of them, even worse, because if you have the age of Professor Niculescu, all the time you are in danger. The system creates a folder in which says that you are a collaborator of the communists. So that is a situation that really happened, a false folders that destroy everything. So it's still tough, but what I want to say, yes, we still, for example, publish positive works, but the tendency and what happens in the last 10 years is to switch and not to start to offer, for example, interpretive papers, and not only interpretive, but also papers about theory and everything. So we have changes, but we can expect to have big changes, because I think the most important, and a lot of people don't want to say that, is the transition of the collective mentality, that you can do it by night. This is the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions, comments? There are many things to say. First of all, I think you have focused on the bad guys, politicians, and not on the good guys, the archaeologists. One wonders, what did the archaeologists do during all those horrible years? Then I want to express my opinion that you were able during communist time to say whatever you wanted without any fear of going to jail. I have an example. During an ideological education meeting at our institute, we used to present archaeological papers during the meetings, such meetings. So it was a party meeting, communist party meeting. One of our colleagues presented Paleolithic art and said, well, if they wanted to hunt something big the next day, they were drawing it on the wall of the cave. And the next day, they hoped to hunt it. And the head of the communist organization in the institute said, commented on that, I will go to right now and draw a big Sibiu salami on my door. Sibiu salami was impossible to find, was the best brand of Romanian salami. And this was with people from the outside, so with communist officials present. So it's not a good idea you have to inquire more about those conditions. Sometimes the intellectuals promote such ideas in order to excuse their lack of reaction. We're oppressed, afraid.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but also one of the problems, and especially on the papers that speak about this theme, especially for before 89, is that they don't make a little bit of difference for the first period of communist in Romania, the period of Gheorghe Dej, and until the Nicolae Ceaușescu, that the things were a little bit different. So for the first part of the communism, there were archaeologists that made prison.
Yes.
That this is, and after that period, that you have that period, and that it was very violent, very aggressive, I think we can agree that not only about the archaeologists was the fear to speak. Not all the time, and this is not an excuse, but was that fear.
Well, this is,
and this I think we should to speak different about, for example, also it's a big difference for those that were also archaeologists before the communist period and how they switch in the communist period, the speech, and those that were born and formed in the communist period, because it's you have two different speeches. For example, for the first period, you can see how they take the communist keywords and put in all the text.
Not exactly in all, but I have to make a comment here. I know thousands of jokes about the communists. Some of the best come from the communists themselves. The party official used to tell wonderful jokes about themselves. So you have to inquire more to see how the period was like. Sorry for talking so much.
No, it's not the
Paulina.
Paulina.
Yes, since I'm investigating this early communist period in Poland, I agree with Professor Niculescu that it happens on several surfaces. One thing is what was published and what was presented. And if you read private letters of certain archaeologists, you see that they were very open. And when they refer in those letters, for example, to the meetings, as you mentioned, you can clearly see that they were talking rather openly about the situation, and that their decision to be more or less Marxist in their publication was a deliberate one. I mean, you could just, in a way, withdraw, of course, not making a huge career. You would not become a dean or a rector or whoever. But this was possible, at least in Poland, and you didn't even have to be a member of the Communist Party. At least not in Poland. It was you could make this decision. Of course, it would help your career, but it was not required. I wanted to refer to the post-1989 because I think all post-communist countries have undergone the same transformation process. That all of a sudden, all the external circumstances, social and economic, changed basically overnight. And with the same people raised in the same system, with the same laws, because it took ages to change those laws. At least in Poland, we had a new law on heritage that matched the market economy, introduced only in 2004. So for the first 15 years, it was basically impossible to run, for example, rescue archaeology with the communist law that didn't foresee such huge investments, and it was very complicated, and it led, as I shortly said before, to a very complicated situation and basically humiliation of Polish archaeology at some point because of the corruption scandal. So I think it was a similar process. And I think it's also important that since the 90s, the discussion on political level on archaeology did happen. Academia may accept it or not, but it's a fact, on the Forum of the Council of Europe, which was quicker, which the post-communist countries joined already in the early 90s, many years before joining the European Union. And I think that Council of Europe conventions on different types of heritage were very important in shaping how the heritage policies were created in our countries. I mean, especially the Valletta Convention that organized the way the rescue archaeology is basically nowadays organized, and then the Faro Convention. I actually edited a book on this subject, so I'll send you the link. There is unfortunately no Romanian case in the book, but there are from other post-communist countries as well.
Thank you very much. What I wanted to say, that as far as you tell me, it's a little bit different, because for 10 years we didn't have a legislation for archaeology. So we didn't have the communist legislation. We didn't have. End of discussion. This was the reality. So for one hand, why? Because what I'm working now, it's make an analysis of all the discussions that were inside of the Romanian parliament for culture, and especially for heritage and archaeology, to approve a legislation. And I have thousands and thousands of pages. So this is why I didn't finish my work, my research. So we didn't have it. And this is the idea, that it's an involvement to stop the evolution. I know that it's hard to say that, but this is the truth. They don't want to have a proper legislation. This is the worst thing, that I think it's one of the worst things that happens, to not have a proper legislation. So yes, but basically I think yes, in all the countries that had this problem with, let's say, the period communist, was the same about the legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. James?
Thank you very much for that thought-provoking paper. To return again to this point of post-1989, I found quite important in telling the way that you have diagnosed that these tendencies and trends continued but disappeared kind of into the background. Something I would actually like to ask in relation to that is, okay, I've never grown up or I've never grown up in a society that inherited that particular nature of political repression, but I did grow up under a society that represented peak neoliberalism. And I would like to ask how much those dynamics are as much of nature of neoliberal society as they are inheritance from the communist period. And the reason I ask this is because in the United Kingdom, I would posit that, yes, we never had this kind of political repression in an overt fashion, absolutely not. But what we did have in the neoliberalism of Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair was an assault on workers' rights, an assault on the power of unions, an assault on the ordinary living standards of ordinary people. that then provoked the kind of political revanchist backlash you are now seeing in the United Kingdom, which is a turn to a form of ethno-nationalism that is now producing from government sectors, and I'm sure Bettina would agree that you're seeing a similar trend in the United States too, where government officials are trying to say precisely the kinds of things you've diagnosed in the communist period, where they're trying to say, no, you should not be allowed to study this, asking these kinds of questions is an attack on our heritage. And that's, I would diagnose at least, as a direct result of neoliberalism in a society that hadn't inherited those repressive tendencies. So I guess how much of this is a direct inheritance from pre-1989, which I'm sure some of it is, and how much of it is the result of political systems that came post-1989?
Well, this is a tough one, you know, James, because even if you try to analyze, for example, the communist period, we still don't have a proper image, and not only about the archaeology. Another huge problem in to have a full image is that you don't have access to the secret files. And this is an important one, even if, for example, to see how involved was one archaeologist or another one. I give you the example of archaeologists in the communist period. You have to have access to that files, and we don't have it actually. And how much was the continuing the idea of the communists, so the communist ideas, it was especially of the beginning of what we call Romanian democracy. They were very important, and one of the answer of this is because they were the same people that produced the Romanian democracy. So yes, but the tendency are changing. Why? One of the reasons was because a lot of Romanians are living abroad, and the other one is that now you can travel, so you can access all sources, all kind of information. You can see a lot of things. So we are right now in a conflict between what we know, what was our education, and what we want, and we want to change, but the changing is coming from inside, you know. So it's a conflict. It's hard to say how much is policy and how much is not. It's really hard to say, because I don't know, for example, because also comment of the Professor Niculescu. Yes, that I was agree, and I'm still agree with what he said, that, for example, you could say especially in the Nicolae Ceausescu period, to have a manifest or to not be agree with the political leaders. However, for example, I give you another example, is that there was a confrontation between the brother of Nicolae Ceausescu, Ilie Ceausescu, and Professor Hadrian Daicovici. Hadrian Daicovici, that he wanted to, especially for the papers of the Second Iron Age, to be more free. And I explain why the Second Iron Age was very important for the communists. Also, the argue was very strong because there was a problem between how you interpreting the Dacians and the Romans. And because of that, unfortunately, a short time after this discussion, Professor Hadrian Daicovici died, officially by heart attack. But still remains for a lot of majority of the people, especially for those that knew Professor Hadrian Daicovici, if it was actually a natural death. The cause of the death is natural or not. So for other, I can give you another example, that was Ion Horatiu Crișan, that how Professor Niculescu said, he was completely, if you want to say in love, agree with the communist ideas. He wrote about this. And even he, after 89, that he still remained professor, for example, in University of Babeș-Bolyai, he didn't want to change his ideas. I know others archaeologists that, for example, after 89, they change. And unfortunately, one of them, Professor Nicolae Lupu, because he was very sick. He didn't have enough time to write again the archaeological discoveries from Tilishka, from the settlement and fortress of there, because he had actually prepared the work from when he made the excavation, but he never published in that way how he thought, because the first article of his discoveries, it's actually in West interpretation and not in the communist one. But when he published all the work in 89, it's completely another thing. So he became a product of the communist, if you want. So this is why I'm telling you that it's still very difficult to talk about not only the communist, but also what happened right now, because it's quite difficult to understand everything because it's working in so many levels, you know, in so many fields. For example, I can speak with my father, okay, about a lot of historian topics, but when I have the discussion about Dacians and Romans, that it's a completely war, because the brainwash was so strong. And my sister have a good idea, a good motto. The brainwash after 89 continued. Only we changed the shampoo, but the brainwash continued, actually.
Thank you. Thank you
so much.
Now, the next lecture, the next presentation will be made by Huseyin Burak. He graduated from the archaeology department of the Mimar Sinan University of Fine Arts in Istanbul. He worked with various Turkish and foreign archaeological projects. After graduation, he participated in the Byzantine harbor excavations under the auspices of the Istanbul Archaeological Museum. In 2017, he started his studies in settlement archaeology PhD program at the Middle East Technical University of Ankara. The topic of his PhD dissertation is the appreciation of cultural heritage in West Turkey, understanding Greek immigrant and Turkish attitudes, a holistic approach. So please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Let me share my PowerPoint presentation with you first. You can see, right?
Yes.
Okay. I will start with a prompt overview of the Greco-Turkish relations history and today's situation, and then we'll start to elaborate into the heritage politics in Turkey in its historical context, and finish up with a short comparison of the World Heritage Site lists of the two countries and make a conclusion. The Aegean coasts of Anatolian Peninsula began to be extensively inhabited by Greek settlers as early as the 8th century BCE, a phenomenon identified as the Greek colonization, which lasted to the 6th century BCE. Greeks in their city-state formations enjoyed their new resourceful homeland, engaging with local ethnic communities, mostly in peaceful terms. However, in the 6th century BCE, Greeks were subjected to a foreign force, the Persians, for the first time in their new-found land. Greek poleis of the region under the Hellenistic kingdoms and the Roman Empire more or less enjoyed a partial autonomy, and Greeks constituted the ruling classes of the Byzantine Empire, which lasted over a thousand of years. The previously mentioned local groups of Anatolia started to be Hellenized gradually from the time of the Greek colonization and Hellenistic era afterwards, but profoundly during the Roman era through a concept defined as Romanization. In 1071 Common Era, by the Battle of Manzikert, which is normally addressed as the Turks' gateway to Anatolia, Greeks engaged with their last foreign future effendis, masters in Anatolia, defining a process of Turkification of Anatolia, which led to a coexistence of local Greek populations with the immigrant Turkish tribes that it is to be lasted for hundreds of years. With the fall of Constantinople to Turks in 1453, Greeks had to live under the Ottoman sovereignty approximately for 400 years. 19th century nationalistic tendencies from West brought the Greeks a free nation state, Kingdom of Greece, in 1831 from the Ottoman Turks. Turks and Greeks engaged in other wars in the stampede towards the World War I. During the partition of the Ottoman Empire after the World War, Greeks engaged in an Asia Minor campaign between 1919 and 1922, which was later to be referred as the Mikroasiatiki Catastrophe, the Asia Minor catastrophe that reached its zenith by the Great Fire of Smyrna. Through the convention concerning the exchange of Greek and Turkish populations signed in Lausanne in 1923, which declared the new Turkish Republic, approximately 1.5 million Greeks from Anatolia, Thrace, Pontus, Cappadocia, and Caucasus had to be deported for Greece, leaving their homeland behind. The Anatolian Greeks' integration into the mainland Greek population was not an easy one, a process that reinforced the preservation and exaltation of the memory of a lost homeland. The long-term coexistence of Greeks and Turks within the region of Anatolia ended up dramatically with the influence of nationalism from the West, resulting in the deportation of Anatolian Greeks to mainland Greece with an uneasy process of integration full of memories, longing for the lost homeland, while leaving Turks to live with what was left behind. On the left side, you see two adolescents, one Greek, one Turkish, in a friendly manner, posed for the camera. Right side, two village elders from the nearby village to the ancient city of Aphrodisias, sitting on a classical bench, photographed by the famous Turco-Armenian photographer Araguler, who also discovered the city. The antiquated, turbulent character of the relationship between Greece and Turkey has taken a new turn once again by the signature of an agreement between Turkey and Libya, unveiled in December 2019, resultant of Greece's objection to United Nations regarding her sea boundaries. The United Nations remained neutral and urged Turkey and Greece to maintain a dialogue. The debate started in 2019, is keeping on escalating today as a process now named as the East Mediterranean tension or dispute. Just a few days ago, Turkish and Greek foreign affairs ministers met in Ankara only to quarrel in front of the cameras during the press conference after their tete-a-tete meeting, while Erdogan, the president of Turkey, said his foreign minister Çavuşoğlu clapped Dendias, the Greek minister, back righteously. Dendias was celebrated by the majority of the press back home. To this East Mediterranean dispute, already many other countries has joined, ranging from France, Italy, Egypt, Israel, Cyprus, and Libya, as I mentioned before. On the left side, you see the Lafayette, the French frigate offshore Crete. And on the right side, you see the seismic research ship named Yavuz, one of the Ottoman padishahs, sultans, accompanied by a warship offshore Rhodos. Investigating the relationship of nationalistic movements to heritage discourse and archaeology practice in Turkey within its historical context, it is clear that governments employed heritage and archaeology as a means of realization of their political agendas. However, some contrasting differences between the secular nationalist movements that were in power until the 50s and the following religious nationalist movements, which has gained a lot of strength under the populist neoliberal government of AKP party, AK party, the ruling party for the last 20 years, can be detected in terms of the improvement of heritage discourse and development of archaeological practice. Here, notice the change of Ankara, emblem of Ankara from a heated signs into a mosque with other indicators of the Islamist nationalist tendencies empowering. Turkish banknotes bearing Turkish Sufis portraits and neo-erect bridges named after Ottoman sultans add to this idea of empowerment. The Ottoman era, which employed heritage discourse and archaeology practice as a means of proving its modern, capable, and European character, was not accepted by Europeans as a genuine endeavor. However, had witnessed the emergence of the notion of heritage and archaeology discipline in Turkish history. The newly founded Turkish Republic under a secular nationalist regime had also employed archaeology within its political agenda, again as a display to the European gaze. Despite the pseudo-scientific and shortly abandoned Turkish history thesis that suggested that Hittites were from Central Asia as Turks, so the Anatolian land, which is also defined as the cradle of all civilizations, belonged to the Turkish or inherited by Turks, if you'd like to say. On the other hand, the Anatolianism movement brought the heritage concept in Turkey, the valuable notion of cultural diversity, which has empowered the construction of peace among the population. Then Turkish population had many minority elements like Armenians and Greeks still before they ran away. Peace among this population in general also brought the institution of Minea archaeology and related departments in universities and enabled the acceleration of the scientific development of the discipline. The religious nationalist movements, on the other hand, which has come to power after the World War II and as a part of a greater scheme of American policy against the Soviet Union, was only able to offer a bridge notion that was only made possible by Turkish and united Western and Eastern ideals at its best, was again rejected, this time by the European Union. This current, gradually marginalized under the AKP regime of the last 20 years and its effects on the heritage discourse, can be regarded to reach its climax by the conversion of Hagia Sophia Museum into a grand mosque, whereas only on the archaeological practice to be used as a winning tool in diplomatic debates. The discriminative heritage discourse taught by the populist authoritarian regime recalls on the wider layers of the population with a message to expand their influence, resulting in the breaking of bonds and disconnection, not only within the population in Turkey, but also for Turkey from the civilized world. Harman Shah, a scholar also from the Middle East Technical University, now teaching in Chicago, names this ceremony as a reenactment. Harman Shah also mentions the accompaniment of an Ottoman sword to Friday Hutbe, but in addition, the appearance of costumed participants and the employment of a door with Ottoman inscriptions in the announcement of the building as a grand mosque. He defines that, I quote, agency of authentic materials was used to reactivate and reconsecrate the space, while the powerful icons of the Byzantine past were concealed, their agency muted, end quote. Harman Shah evaluates the conversion within the context of the neoliberal AKP government as, I quote, another gesture to undermine the institutions of early 20th century modernity, the museum, and the concept of cultural heritage itself, end quote. Harman Shah ascertains that this constant undermining in the two most recent decades, reminding its consequences as the, I quote, sacrificing of historical landscapes to development projects, large-scale looting of archaeological sites, relentless restoration projects that rebuild historic environments as new Las Vegas-style money-making spaces, end quote. Harman Shah draws attention to the timing of the conversion of Hagia Sophia as wide-scale cultural heritage destruction in Turkey and wider geography of the Middle East takes place, and concludes that this needs to be understood in the, I quote, context of a broad program of disposal and expulsion of heritage sites from the public commons in the hands of neoliberal governments, end quote. One can also add to this display of national pride the construction of a mosque to the Taksim Square in the historically non-Muslim district of the city, Pera, at the right side, and the Grand Çamlıca Mosque, a 21st century replica of classical Ottoman mosque, and the biggest mosque in Turkey, passing the city and the Bosphorus, another masterpiece of Erdogan's government presented to Istanbulers. Now, I would like to shortly take a look on the World Heritage Sites lists of Greece and Turkey. First, Greece, that I can see it had the ratification date of the convention. There is 81, with 16 cultural and 2 mixed assets listed. The earliest being the Acropolis of Athens, which was accepted in 1871. Well, archaeological site, up to medieval city of Rhodos. Then monasteries, Old Town of Corfu, Byzantine, then archaeological, monastery. I mean, with a stress on the archaeological sites, the list starts from the 787, and the last one is accepted, the archaeological site of Philippines in 2016. Most of them are accepted in the 80s, as far as I can see. Now, let's take a look to the tentative list of Greece, of 14 assets, which are all nominated in 2014, which makes me think that it is a part of a very planned greater scheme made on the list. Now let's have a look on Turkey's accepted list. The convention, ratification of the convention is only 2 years later than Greece. However, with the first look, I can see many 2000 dates. The exact number of cultural assets, 16 as Greece, and exact number of mixed assets, 2, again, same as Greece, is very eye-catching to me, as this is a political organization which recommends dialogue constantly between Greece and Turkey. Let's take a look on the content. The first one is being 85, historic areas is Istanbul. After that comes Nemrut'ta, 78. There are not many 8s. Grand Mosque of Divri, Hattusha, Hittite capital, Ksantos, Letheon. There is this national park, Göreme, sites of Cappadocia. I mean, it looks like an archaeological site of Troy, archaeological site of Ani, which was the Armenian capital of the medieval. Aphrodisias being the latest, no, Göbekli Tepe being the latest. So there is much diversity in comparison to Greece's list, which one would expect actually when you consider the diverse heritage Turkey has. Now let's take a look to the tentative list. We can't, can we? Let's go to the internet site, if you like. Can you see the internet site now?
Not yet.
Okay.
You might need to unshare. And
we
reshare.
cannot, because you're sharing your PowerPoint and your PowerPoint only. That's
Yes.
why.
I'm trying to switch to, and I think I have done.
Okay, now we can. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So it's 83, waiting on the tentative list. Most of them are after the 2000. So there's a boom, there's a frenzy of World Heritage Sites list in Turkey, apparently. Ranging from, let me know, Gordion, which is a Phrygian capital, before the arrival of the Greeks, Selçuk caravansarais, Karain cave, a prehistory cave, Sümele monastery, a Greek medieval monastery. I mean, it's, how would you say? It looks overwhelming. With including Roman Vespasianus Titus tunnel, ancient city of Stronikeia of the Hellenistic period. So let me switch back to my presentation. I think we can talk about the shape of this comparison in the discussion part of my presentation, let's say, at the end of my presentation, let me say. So going back to my text. Yes. Extracting from the effects of nationalistic movements in Turkey, both secular and religious, on the heritage discourse and archaeological practice, it can be concluded that the concept of heritage, and to a lesser degree, archaeological practice, both seem to have failed to act as a platform of reconciliation and rapprochement among disputed parts of any kind. These concepts and practices under the influence of nationalism seem to have a divergent effect rather than a unifying one, which could radiate under a concept of common heritage. To a great extent, I believe it is up to the scholars from all over the world to engage with the creation of a new unifying concept of heritage and accordingly a more socially engaged archaeological practice. More and more young scholars drove attention to the potential of heritage places as peace platforms rather than being sites of trauma, as Professor Plansos touched upon the other day. Bartolini et al. Claim that critical examination of the manipulative use of heritage, I quote, can create new alternative meanings even for the most oppressed members of the societies, stated refugees and asylum seekers seeking entry into an alien culture. They claim that ethical and collaborative initiatives in heritage studies could transform heritage into a, I quote, a tool for building inclusive communities, intercultural understanding, and peace, end quote. Similarly, Lekakis suggests that heritage studies, I quote, can create a platform from which to discuss rapprochement between Greece and Turkey through heritage projects by contemplating conflict and trauma, considering the potential role of heritage in their eventual resolution. Although not, end quote, although not stateless, Anatolian Greek refugees had to find their ways into a close yet different culture, whereas Turks are still being discriminated through stereotypes that identify them as non-European, non-Western, the other. Within my PhD project entitled The Preparation of Classical Heritage in Aegean Turkey, Understanding Greek Immigrant and Turkish Attitudes, a holistic approach, initiating a discussion on these perceptions and identities through an extensive study of the literature and archives and employing art-making processes to re-engage Turks and Greeks from Aegean Turkey with the classical archaeological heritage of the region, I aim for a renewed integration of archaeological heritage in our contemporary societies, which I see also as a small contribution towards the final reconciliation between Greece and Turkey. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, Dimitris.
Yes, just a note of caution. Burak, it was an excellent presentation, and I will encourage you to go further with this comparison of the lists. As it happened, because the lists were alphabetical, I wasn't able to monitor the sequence of the declarations of every monument. So it would pay to see how long it took the Greeks first to declare a non-classical site. That would be excellent. But just to say something cautionary, in the very beginning, you said that the Greeks of Asia Minor were conquered by the Persians. This is exactly how modern Greeks would see. This is in terms of those days. I don't think this is a historically accurate term. They would never call themselves conquer, because they were subjugated, or they tributaries or whatever. This is the sort of modern nationalist framework that makes us see every sort of move as an invasion, every sort of subjugation as a conquest of a national entity by another. So just as a slide, which is ironic, I think, given the content of your presentation. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
James?
Thank you very much for that. It's a comment that initially builds on Professor Plantos's comment, but also is again referring to these lists. So it's very interesting, first of all, I mean, your analysis for the reason that the range of heritage sites selected in Anatolia was far more diverse was simply by the purely more diverse, putatively more diverse nature of Anatolian heritage. But I think, again, to refer to Professor Plantos's comment, that is again risking reifying the sort of nationalist conceptions that Greek archaeology has about itself versus, and that takes me into how, because obviously Turkish nationalism is an extraordinarily complicated set of processes, and there are, competing factions of Turkish nationalism in conflict in Turkey right now. And I'm curious about, obviously the Kemalists will see it one way, but I'm curious about how the AKP uses this more diverse set of heritages, because I've always been led to understand that the AKP's Islamism is more complex and less straightforward than a typical illustration of it would have you believe. And where I'm going with this, I suppose, is I'm actually thinking of, I mean, I don't know if I don't want to risk controversy by describing the AKP as fascist, but this always makes me think of Umberto Eco's diagnosis of how fascism operates, which it is always contradictory. It's a beehive of different selected traits that actually often don't make sense when put together, but that doesn't matter because fascism finds a way to reconcile them because it's more about will to power or whatever, right? Which then makes me think, is the diverse selection of heritages being witnessed in Turkish heritage under the AKP, is that purely coincidence, or is it because Turkish nationalist authoritarianism actually quite consciously is almost contradictory in the range of things it selects and deploys?
Well, I don't know. But it seems to me that AKP regime, I mean, looking at this list, AKP regime does that on purpose, to create a facade and become righteous on the discussions. Probable discussions will be directed to them, that they choose only the Ottoman mosques or Selçuk caravanserais to be listed. Also, of course, there is a quite touristic asset on the classical Greco-Roman era's assets, not to be should be taken into consideration. There are many aspects of this list, for sure.
Paulina?
Yes, thank you. It was an excellent presentation, and the comparative tool as using UNESCO World Heritage List as a comparative tool analysis is great. And I just wanted to say that since I've been behind the scenes of UNESCO for several years, and I've been part of the National Committee for UNESCO in Poland and participated in a number of negotiations, most people have no idea how political it is. And to be or not to be, I would urge you also to see the periods when there were no entries and what was the case. Because, for example, in Poland, for a number of years with the former Polish government, the official policy was that we will not have anything else to be put on UNESCO list because basically it's impossible. European sites are not accepted by UNESCO, so it doesn't make sense to work on any applications anymore. And with the change of government in 2015, I think we've had 3 new entries on UNESCO since then. So it proved that this was completely didn't make any sense. And of course, while we were not doing anything, other European countries were. So this is one thing. And to how political it gets, it's I think that the most difficult case I dealt with was when in 2006, the name of the entry of the Auschwitz camp on the UNESCO list was officially changed because it was listed in 1980s, I think. Back then, it didn't require real explanation what the camp was, who organized it, and who were Nazis. So it was just called concentration camp in Oświęcim, which is the Polish name of the city. And since more and more people thought that these Nazis, they must have been Polish since it's in Poland. So there was a decision made to change the name to Auschwitz and to call it the Nazi German death and concentration camp in Auschwitz-Birkenau. And believe me, it was a huge diplomatic international battle on the highest level of politicians worldwide, which was Poland's success in the end. But it showed me for the first time how political UNESCO is to be in it or to decide not to be in it as well. So if you want any side examples how it's in different countries, I'd be happy to provide details. Thank you.
Thank you. I will. Thank you very much.
Anastasia?
Sorry. Thank you, Burak. It was a very interesting presentation. I have a question. No matter what we can say about Turkish nationalism and the faces it has today, I think that in Turkey there are many monuments, not only Ottoman or related to their modern Turkish history, or just even prehistoric times, the civilization of the Hittites, many Christian churches, many Byzantine monuments. I mean, the modern Turkish state, in spite of the fact that it is imperialist or there is nationalism, just like in all other nation states, with their own differences and peculiarities, they promote monuments which are not related directly to their own cultural heritage, okay, as they, which is, we can find exactly the opposite situation in Greece. In Greece, we do promote classical monuments and maybe some Byzantine monuments, very, very few Ottoman monuments, which have been renovated during the last a few years, some of them, not many, and we do not promote them at all. So do you think this is maybe related to a specific policy only just to promote tourism, or is it just a better understanding of how to deal with cultural heritage?
I think the last one, it's cultural. It's a cultural thing, but it comes with the tradition. Yani Turkish were nomads to this land from Central Asia, They have their roots there actually. Still, some of those traditions are still alive and met with many peoples in the Anatolian lands. So they know how to absorb this. There is such a tradition. There are, because of the manyness of the diversity, or let me say, and there is this Turkish Islamic view, in the historical context, is different than a Persian or an Arabic one. Still have some paganist elements in it. So it's much more an open one in comparison to others.
It's a different perception of their own national identity. Something like that. Yeah.
I believe so. About the situation in Greece, I think it's the same thing. The rejection of other assets other than classical period, I think it's the same thing. That is why I think culture and an interaction with public plays a very big role in the implementation of archaeological or cultural heritage as peace platforms, other than abandoned places or sites of trauma that only remind us our own deaths, which is our own Armageddon, or you know what I mean. It's all that I would like to say. Thank you.
Yes, Yorgos.
Thank you. I was wondering, just to contribute to this discussion, and Burak, thank you for the very interesting presentation. I think I remember once visiting an exhibition in Paris where it was quoted. I think it was one of Kemal's quotations, that Kemal had defined Turkey, had defined Turks as the inhabitants of the state of Turkey. You may correct me on this. Maybe I'm not correct. But,
the founder of the Turkish Republic. Yes.
Yes. He said Turks are the inhabitants of the state of Turkey. And with this sentence, the national identity of Turkey was sorted. And this was meant to include everybody, because he understood very well that there were many, as you said, many different types of groups. Yeah. Yes. As a result, the heritage of Turkey was defined as the heritage that is included in the state of Turkey, regardless of its dating or other cultural affiliations. Which is, if one thinks about it, Greece, in a way, almost a century earlier than Turkey, became a state, and they said, okay, now this is Greece. You are Greeks, and this is the heritage of Greece.
Yeah.
It's just that given to different, I think it's the different historical context of each country, that the Ottoman past was treated inevitably in a different manner. But I'm hearing both your presentation and the discussion. I couldn't help the thought that deep down there is a very similar mechanism.
Yeah, there are many big similarities and contrasts about on the evaluation, understanding of heritage by the people and by the legislative or political authorities, let me say. There are many similarities, as you have stressed. On the other hand, there are very contrasting issues. That is a strange coupling, I have to say. As we have seen through these workshops and lectures, as former Yugoslavian republics today have some similarities and contrasting issues, as once Greeks and Turks lived under the same legislation and authority. I think that's very peculiar, and one should expect this to happen, I think. Natural, huh? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for the interesting presentations and comments. We still have 45 minutes for the lunch break. So we'll meet at 30 minutes past 2 Sofia time.
Almost ready to start, more or less. There you go. Okay, so welcome to the afternoon session for today's colloquium. First, we will hear from Miglena Stamberova. She's working for the Department of Exhibitions in the National Archaeological Institute and Museum in Sofia. Her paper this afternoon is Archaeology During Communism in Bulgaria. Save time, I will not be reading the entire resumes of the participants. They're already posted in the Colloquium's website. So, Miglena.
Good afternoon, everyone. So let me share my presentation. Just a second, I don't see any message. Maybe I'm not authorized.
It should be on the bottom center of your screen, a green sort of square with an arrow.
Yes, I saw
pointing
it.
up.
Yeah. So there's.
Okay, it seems to be working. There it is. Now, if you can enlarge your presentation, perfect. Thank you.
So, the topic that I would like to present to you is dedicated to the impact of politics of the Bulgarian archaeology during the 45-year communist period. The theme is wide, and I will emphasize on some trends and features common for the other socialist countries in Eastern Europe, and on another typical ones only for Bulgaria. Before starting the exposure, an important clarification is needed to be done. It concerns the difference between communism and socialism. At the second half of the 19th century, Marx and Engels used both to signify the working class movement, though the former was far more widely used. Only in the critique of the Gotha program did Marx distinguish two stages of communist society: an early phase when it has just emerged from capitalist society, in which the individual is paid for his labor and buys customers' goods, and a higher phase in which each person contributes to society according to his ability and draws from the common stock according to his needs. In his State and Revolution in 1917, Lenin gave currency to a description of these two stages as socialism and communism. Socialism is seen as a transitional stage between capitalism and communism was supposed to be the final phase of the proletarian revolution. From that standpoint, communism was supposed to be a classless society in which ownership should be common. The people would govern themselves and there would be no need for politicians. In keeping with this theory, the Soviet Union, as the society which emerged from the Russian Revolution, was officially designated socialist, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. On the other hand, Lenin named his party communist to distinguish from the socialist parties of Western and Central Europe founded in Engels' time. Trying to understand the difference between the two terms, I would like to use the popular joke from the late 1930s in the US, using two cows. The assumption is that you live within a given system and you have two cows. The punchline is what happens to you and the cows in this system. So what is socialism? You have two cows. The government takes one and gives it to your neighbor. What is communism? You have two cows again. You give them to the government and the government then gives you some milk. Nevertheless, the strictly defined terminology, very often the both terms are used as synonymous without such narrow ideological sense. So in my presentation, I will use them interchangeably. In Bulgaria, archaeology had a difficult start after the Second World War because of the Bulgarian government politics during the war. The country's most renowned archaeologist, Professor Bogdan Filov, was a prime minister of the wartime government that sided with the Nazi against the wish of the majority of Bulgarians. As a member of the Regency Council, Filov was arrested by the communist-dominated government in 1944 and was executed in 1945. The years after 1944 and up to the middle of the 1950s were a time to recuperate from the war and huge construction. Due to rapid industrialization, large-scale excavations have been organized. During this first period, archaeological investigations are related to the construction of dams, factories, and roads, and a new term, rescue excavations, has been introduced. These years were very difficult as marked by the belief that the old should not stand on the way of the new. Two types of rescue excavations were executed. The first one preceded constructions and was independent of the construction organization, and the second one would took place simultaneously with the construction activity. Example for the first type is the research of the Thracian city Sotopolis. The site was fully excavated during 1948 and 1954 due to construction work for the Georgy Dimitrov Dam, modern Kuprinka, near the city of Kazanlak. The communist government gave the archaeologists 6 years to research, and despite the importance of the discovery, it was decided to continue with the construction and flood the dam, leaving Sotopolis at its bottom. Quite probably the town of Celtis III would not have had this destiny if it was unearthed 10 years later. The best example for the second type of rescue excavations is the constructions of the ambitious project of Sofia's Largo. The main thrust was the construction of a new center that would accommodate the most important agency of the state, the Central Committee of the Bulgarian Communist Party, called also the Party House in the middle, and the Council of Ministers here on the left, plus the Ministry of Electricity on the opposite side here, nowadays the Office of the President. A 7-story central universal store and a luxury hotel here were added as well. While the site was being cleared, the builders discovered the Roman predecessor of Sofia, Serdica. During the construction, there was pressure from the Communist Party that archaeological findings would be torn down instead of conserved and restored. In some places, foundations with a depth of up to 9 meters have been laid. The entire archaeological content of the plots of the 5 buildings was destroyed, so the party house is here. Coinciding with densely built up in antiquity and the Middle Ages part of the fortified area of ancient Serdica and medieval Sredets. After the last stage of the great construction campaign in 1955-56, the complex east of the Rotunda of St. George has been saved. The idea for a garden with a fountain was transformed into a beautiful archaeological site with preserved foundations of buildings, remains of a hippocaust system, and a Roman street. This was defined as the first victory of archaeologists. At the end of 1950s, the question of the archaeological monuments of Sofia was raised with the new requirement, not only to be studied, but also to be preserved. And here we will see another good example. In the late autumn of 1968, the construction of a pedestrian underpass in front of the party house began and had to be finished next year for the manifestation of the 1st of May. Archaeologists were not taught about this activity. In the course of the work, the eastern gate of the ancient Serdica fortress was found. The name of the young archaeologist Magdalena Stancheva standing out as she managed the excavations and fought over to keep the archaeological monument. During the visit of the Minister of Architecture and Public Works, Pencho Kubadinsky, she asked him, "Drugare Kubadinsky, do you see this gate? Through it, Bulgarian Cancrum entered Serdica. Who dares to destroy such a monument?" Through it, after this visit, a decision for preservation of the eastern gate of Serdica was taken. It was incorporated into the modern environment of the underpass, and today the citizens of Sofia can walk on the original stone pavement of the ancient city. This could be possible also because of the newly accepted law on museums and cultural heritage in 1969. Regarding the administrative and ideological changes, the decisive turn took place in 1947 to 1950. As early as 1947, the autonomous Bulgarian Archaeological Institute was attached to the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Next year, the Archaeological Institute with Museum was created by merging the Archaeological Institute with the National Archaeological Museum. The latter lost its previous financial independence and its funding reserved were confiscated. Such mergers allowed more efficient control by the government. The ideological change was visible at the beginning of the 1950s during the first scientific meeting of the Institute of Archaeology. Bulgarian archaeologists declared a course of integration of Soviet science. The achievements of the so-called bourgeois archaeology were denied and the contact with Western science was cut off. Paradox happened. Some scientists gave up their scientific claims and differentiated themselves from their teachers. For example, Filov's ex-student Dimitar Dimitrov, the chief researcher of Zeltopolis, the role of Thracian and Proto-Bulgarian culture was disgraced. Archaeology was restructured to fit the Soviet model and followed the Soviet pattern of the late 1930s. Archaeologists were politically engaged in the creation of an image of the past to fit the propaganda, even if personally most of them fell independent to the totalitarian political pressure. The new political situation led to the shift in archaeological investigations to problems that had not been studied before. Similar to the other Eastern and Central European countries, investigations of the culture of Slavs, one of the main components of ethnogenesis of the Bulgarian nation, became an important field of research. Attention was paid to the settlement system and burial rights in connection with the Marxist ideology to study the culture of common people. The investigations of the former Bulgarian medieval capitals became more intensive and conducted on a larger scale. Besides the formation of Bulgarian culture, areas of particular interest were the Paleolithic period, the Greek colonization of the West Pontic region, and the Roman sites. At the end of the 1940s, socialist patriotism was maintained to mobilize the people to build and support a socialist republic with love for the USSR. At that time, communists represented the new world order, whereas nationalism was seen as the old social organizing principle. Communism was supposed to replace nationalism, but instead the reverse happened. Bulgarian communists were self-defined as patriots. However, they could be considered nationalists as well. After Stalin's death in 1953, nationalism became the central strategy of the party in order to strengthen its legitimacy. The local staff who has not studied abroad was preferred, and this is the example with Todor Zhivkov. He was selected as General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Bulgarian Communist Party in 1954 and was very popular as a commoner and people's person. Similar to the other socialist countries in Eastern Europe in late 1950s, the 1960s and 1970s, in Bulgaria were decades marked by a strong revival of nationalist politics. The nationalism from these years was not the same as the nationalism from the pre-socialist interwar period called bourgeois chauvinism. National history, in order to be a socialist history, had to be rewritten as a people's and revolutionary history. The close Bulgarian-Russian linguistic connection served to reinforce the national myth. What was really unique was that the attachment to Soviet-style communism did not work against Bulgarian national aspirations. The increasingly nationalism policies led to a certain autochthone trend in the research for more and more Asian roots of the nation. The ideological transformation of Bulgaria's communist regime conducted to a re-evaluation of the Asian Thracians without precedent in country's history. Thus, as early as 1964, the members of the Institute of History at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences discussed the origin of Bulgarian ethnicity. The Thracian element to the traditionally recognized Slavs and Proto-Bulgarians was added. Thracian ancestry was especially convenient, given that it did not have anti-Slavic or Russian connotations from the fascist period like the Proto-Bulgarian one. In July 1970, scholars from the academy discussed with Zhivkov the question of the Thracian heritage in our lands, and in particular the foundation of a specialized center of Thracian studies, as well as the organization of a World Congress dedicated to Thracian history and culture. Both plans were realized in 1972 when the Institute of Trachology at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences was created and the first International Congress of Trachology was held in Sofia. Excuse me. Few years later, such institute of trachology was created in Romania as well. The newly formed scientific discipline, trachology, was a neologism that covered a series of disciplines such as archaeology, history and art history, classical philology, epigraphy, etc. Its main architect was the historian and classical philologist Alexander Fol, who had held the position for 20 years. The popularization of the Asian Thracians, both in the country and abroad, was directly assisted by Lyudmila Zhivkova, daughter of the party leader Todor Zhivkov and chairperson of the Committee for Art and Culture, an institution equal to a ministry. She was the leading figure who shaped the cultural politics of the country in the 1970s. The international popularization of Asian Thracian culture through the museum exhibitions of Thracian treasures of more than 85 exhibitions in 24 countries provided opportunities for intense diplomatic exchange and was the main tool of cultural propaganda abroad. The first international exhibition of Thracian art was in 1974 at the Petit Palais Museum in Paris, and in the same year, a book dedicated to the Colloquium was published under the authorship of Lyudmila Zhivkova, but this was quite dubious. For the first time, unknown categories of Thracian sites, such as sanctuaries, rock tombs, niches, and domains, were registered and studied. Thracian monuments in the country became objects of careful protection and also enjoyed international support. The Colloquium was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1979, followed by the Sveshtari Tomb. In 1983, the Department of Thracian Archaeology at the National Archaeological Institute with Museum at Sofia was established. As a result, long-term excavations of some of the key Thracian sites were provided. After the difficult years of adaptation, the regime realized that the rich cultural heritage of the country could be an advantage. In the late 1970s and the 1980s, when the plant economy was gasping for breath, the state turned its eye to the reconstruction of historical sites. In the 1970s, the world witnessed several significant anniversaries. Iran celebrated 2500th anniversary of the foundation of the Persian state. Poland the 1000th anniversary, and the United States celebrated 2 centuries of statehood. Meanwhile, in socialist Bulgaria, there was more talk about a spectacular celebration of the 1300th anniversary of the foundation of the Bulgarian state, which was to take place in 1981. This anniversary was the justification for a mighty wave of restorations. Excuse me. The walls of the last medieval capital, Tsarevets, in the city of Veliko Trnovo were almost completely rebuilt, with the cathedral Ascension of Christ on the top. The patriarchal church was not frescoed according to the Orthodox Church canon, but was painted in modernistic socialist art style. With this controversial eclectic monument as a clear proof of emphasizing the national identity in harmony with the socialist reality, I close my topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this valuable survey and periodization, if I may say so, of Bulgaria's involvement with archaeology as a sort of political commodity. Who wants to go first? Bettina?
Yeah, so thank you very much for that presentation. I found it really interesting to see yet another example of a particular time period being chosen to represent the nation under specific conditions. Obviously, you know, classical Greece was the example that we've heard the most about, but in a way, the choice of the Celts in Germany is similar. In other words, there are several different ways in which this can manifest itself. Sometimes it's a question of avoiding ideological load from past periods. So rather than focusing on a Germanic group, let's say Germany now focusing on what they see as their sort of Celtic speaking antecedents, or there could be issues with the mapping of the modern nation state's geopolitical boundaries onto a particular culture in the past. And a good example of that is actually Switzerland choosing the lake-dwelling complexes, which more or less correspond to the modern boundaries of Switzerland, which is not the case for example, the late Iron Age cultures, let alone obviously the Roman period. So the choice of Thrace and Thracians, Thracian culture specifically in this case in Bulgaria, seems like another really interesting example of this phenomenon. And I mean, one I was not aware of. So that's really more of a comment than a question.
Thank you. And Susanna.
Thank you very much. It was so interesting. And I thought all the time about a completely comparable development in post-war Czechoslovakia and Slovakia with Great Moravia, Großmährenreich. You know what I mean? Greater Moravia. And I'm so surprised to see how well it fitted with the attention economy in the rest of Europe, because the exhibitions from the Great Moravia treasures were so successful in Western Europe. And that's why I think it's really comparable. And if you ever have time enough, please make a comparison with it. You know what I mean? Because the East Balkan is of course different than Central Europe, but the mechanisms are so comparable. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Any other takers? Paulina?
Yes, just a short comment. It was very interesting. I didn't have time to take all the notes, but it's another case after Latvia, what we've seen, how strongly and paradoxically communism was related with strengthening nationalism and using archaeology, among other things, because of course it wasn't limited to archaeology, to build this case, which was not the case in those countries, I guess, before, or as Miglena rightfully stated, it was on completely different grounds before the Second World War. So thank you very much. It was extremely interesting.
Thank you. Okay, I take the point about communism and Stalinism and all that, but I don't think it's a communist privilege to mix and match cultural symbols and appropriate them in a way that suits your narrative. We've all done it. It's just that some nations in the Balkans, I mean, some nation states in the Balkans are older than others. So I mean, Greeks did it some time ago. So now it seems natural, and then we can look down on people sort of misappropriating the Thracians as if we haven't done the same with the Greeks. Yesterday, one of the speakers mentioned Baudrillard and the idea of the empty signifier, which is a Derridian concept, I think, and Barthes has also spoken about these open-ended symbols that are there to be for the taking, and I think this is what we're doing time and again as politicians and as archaeologists, as political agents as well. And in archaeology, in archaeological theory, we have this term in cognitive archaeology, I think, the constitutive symbol, something that Renfrew has used and others to talk about exactly these things that are there to be given meaning by people who want to produce this kind of meaning or want to use it or abuse it. And I certainly do not like the term abuse, because it implies that there are good uses of the past and bad uses of it. Okay, now moving on. Oh, Diana wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Miglena, for this overview. Just 2 points. You're right, Dimitris, that this is not unique to the communist countries, no doubt. But what is interesting to witness here is the internal dynamics, because the first couple of decades, the so-called internationalist phase of communism, were not, I mean, this kind of discourse was heavily suppressed, and the Slavic ancestry was pushed to the front to a ridiculous extent. I mean, in the Bulgarian case, that was not so visible as completely ridiculous, but in the Romanian case, that was made completely ridiculous, because I mean, the 50s were marked by saying that the Romanians were actually kind of, you know, unconscious Slavs of sorts, you know, and so
were the Greeks for many.
So were the Greeks, of course. You know, so a century later, a century earlier, and so on. Indeed. So, I mean, it is interesting to see how from the 1960s, nationalism indeed becomes the legitimizing ideology of the regime. This is one thing. And the other thing is that all this trichology, of course, also developed in the mirror of the Greek narrative.
Yeah.
And the Romanian narrative. You know, there was a I mean, you cannot think really of this the development of the discipline outside the inherent competition in a kind of emancipatory key from the Greeks, you know, from the hegemony of the Greeks on the one hand, and the competition with the Romanians over this Thracian legacy. So this is also another interesting aspect to it.
Well, as Miglena pointed out, nationalism always wins, and there's no way out of it. And this is why workshops such as this make sense, I think, because we all know these things about ourselves, but it's time we learn them about each other. Okay, and now we're moving on with Klairi Gianniri. Klairi comes from Greece. She has studied cultural communication technology. She has a master's in museum studies, and now she is a PhD candidate in our department in Athens, interested working with public archaeology of mountain and remote communities. Perhaps we can hope for not many Parthenons in her presentation. The title is Politics on a Small Scale, Archaeological Ethnography as a Lens of Understanding Community Politics. Oh, there's not the Parthenon, but okay.
You are still muted.
Klairi, if you're speaking, we're not hearing you. You're muted.
Okay.
Yeah, now you're fine. Should be fine now.
Thank you. Okay. So, over the last 2 decades, the role of archaeology in politics and politics in archaeology have been subjects of intensive research. It is now increasingly realized that archaeology, as it is known and being practiced in the West, often played a significant role in promoting colonial and nationalistic agendas. Despite the fact that such issues have been exposed and critiqued, the vast majority of archaeologists does not seem to be fully conscious of archaeology's multi-level influence, especially in countries that can be characterized as crypto-colonies. Greece in particular provides such an example, offering a complex case where colonialism and nationalism have worked in unison to shape the contours of Greek archaeology. Since the establishment of the Greek state at the end of the 19th century, archaeologists worked to purify national monuments, wishing to emphasize the emblematic character required by the Greeks as the foundation of their national identity. Their effort to turn a historical narrative of ellipses into one of continuities didn't leave neither the monuments nor the landscape untouched. In this newly reconstructed Hellenic landscape, there were no cities or villages. By vanishing the ethnographic and the picturesque aspects of everyday life from the Greek archaeological landscape, archaeology turned the past into a sacred relic and placed herself in the position of its administrator. This alienation of both archaeology and cultural heritage at large continued tirelessly until recent years. A significant paradigm shift emerged during the past 30 years due to certain developments which led the discipline to sponsor a much wider and more inclusive conception of the past than it once did. Thus, questions about the identity, the meaning, and the role of archaeology, its dependence to the state, its relationship to the public, gradually began to be part of the traditional archaeological discourse. Despite this remarkable transition, the development of archaeology as an academic subject across the world usually catches the public's eyes for the wrong reasons, while the great majority of it relates archaeology primarily to the distant past. This tendency can be thoroughly comprehended if one considers the way archaeological heritage has been often treated by professionals up to date. In most cases, archaeologists are unaware of the impact of their work, while archaeological heritage is usually mistreated in order to serve political agendas. Furthermore, it often goes unnoticed that politics and archaeology go beyond grand narratives of nationhood and extend into everyday matters, such as relatively small but vital functions of a local community. The above issues will be discussed in my presentation, which is based on my PhD research in the remote community of Anatoli village. Anatoli is a mountain settlement situated within the wider area of Hierapetra in South Crete. This village lies on the foothills of Dikti mountain range at an altitude of 600 meters overlooking the Mediterranean Sea. Its location offers an outstanding climate for human living. However, nowadays has a population of only 80, almost exclusively overaged inhabitants. Yet, this was not always the case. Anatoli used to be a thriving village of approximately 1,200 inhabitants, bursting with life, undeterred by the cool and dry conditions dominated throughout the year. This tough environment, in conjunction with the lack of water resources in the village, resulted in limited agricultural production that could only meet the basic needs of the family. A drastic change occurred in the 70s when Anatoli was abandoned rather suddenly as a result of the expansion of the greenhouse cultivation in the Hierapetra plain. The formerly unsuitable for cultivation coastal land acquired value and generated great profits to the people of Anatoli, who began to relocate in the lowland in order to work exclusively in the production of greenhouse vegetable crops. Consequently, they established the settlement of New Anatolia, whose population progressively surpassed the population of the village. As a result, in recent decades, the village shows evident signs of decline due to the abandoned houses and buildings, which haunt both those who remained and those who left, while the young generation is gradually abolishing its connections with the village and its identity. Anatolia was turned into an oblivion society up until 2012, when the archaeological excavations of the University of Athens, led by Professor Yannis Papadatos, in 3 neighboring mountain sites, shook things up. The invasion of a large group of young students and researchers affected considerably not only the pace of the village's life, but also the aspirations of the inhabitants about their future. That realization came as both a pleasant surprise and as a concern about the new role that the archaeology had to take over. In order to address this issue, an archaeological ethnography project was introduced in 2016. Archaeological ethnography was selected as the most suitable method because of its ability to open a shared transcultural space of coexistences and interactions among people of diverse origin and background. Furthermore, ethnography operated as an interpretive tool that contributed in the composition of a horizontal stratigraphy of the host environment and provided a clear-cut understanding of how archaeological discourse interrelates with personal experiences and memory practices. The ethnographical research divided in 2 distinct parts: desk-based research and fieldwork. Desk-based research provided an adequate background on the biography of Anatoli village and the wider area of Ierapetra, while fieldwork was focused on collecting and examining the views of the local community in the limited time of the on-site investigation. Therefore, a range of qualitative methodological tools was put into place, such as interviews, life stories, and participant observation. The semi-structured interviews constituted the main methodological tool. In particular, the face-to-face interviews followed the detailed interview guide, but at the same time they remained open to follow concepts brought up by the discussants. Approximately 60 informants participated in a total of 35 individuals and group interviews that conducted in 6 months of fieldwork spread over 3 years. During the same period, intensive participant observation was accomplished through involvement in various activities led by the informants and by organizing public archaeology activities and events in the village. Among them were community gatherings and archaeological tours and lectures, Minoan pottery and cuisine workshops, seminars on beekeeping, herbs and cultivation offered by the locals, the creation of an experimental ethnographic video about the village, and the implementation of a 3-day public archaeology festival. This process of long-term and patient observation and entanglement allowed the development of a greater understanding of the social position and perspective of the residents, while it facilitated the affirmation of concepts recorded in oral interviews. Through the systematic study of their content, its documentation and juxtaposition with other written sources, arose some central conclusions that reveal the grand scheme of things regarding the local society association with its place and past, and by extension with archaeology and its finds. A key point in the conclusions of the ethnographic research in Anatoli village is that the local community's attitude towards the archaeological project is filtered through its relation to place, which can be described as bipolar, since the landscapes simultaneously acts as a depository of the community's identity and as a reminder of the hardships and poverty of the past. To that end, the place seems to intervene in the inhabitants' collective perception of the past. Their oral testimonies unveil the spatial conception of time, where the recent past of Anatolia is divided into 2 time periods, the one before the abandonment of both mountain areas and the village in the 70s, and the one that followed right after it, which resulted in the abolishment of the community. The displacement of the population affected the formation of the social identity of both the remaining residents of the village and those who left. The first felt that they were left behind, whereas the latter, who suddenly became rich, turned away from the village, which was becoming reminiscent of their deprived past. Anatolia formed a contested space where economic gains, memory, and identity were involved in a silent struggle, pushing the community toward a space-time break with its past. These opposing feelings hadn't been recalled until archaeology and its finds triggered the reintroduction of the past in the present. Apparently, the double abandonment affected the community's stance towards the archaeological project in multiple ways. The fact that the mountain areas where the archaeological sites are located are not in use, preventing the emergence of competing concerns and conflict between the locals and the archaeologists. On the contrary, the interest of the archaeologists in the area, their devotion to the project, and their choice to reside in the small village won them over. Besides, the discovery of Minoan antiquities in the wider area of the village stirred up feelings of pride about their place. Hence, there was no confrontation, neither over the use of the heritage site, nor over the conceptualizations and the meanings attributed to it. The reasons for this are twofold. In the first place, the nature of the findings were not as grand as residents expected at the beginning of the project. While the Minoan building and the big sanctuary in the mountains of Anatolia are of great scientific importance, they are certainly not comparable to neighboring Minoan palaces of Zakros, Festos, Malya, and Knossos. Consequently, their touristic development seems to be a risky business that won't include great economic stakes in return. Moreover, the ethnographic research showed that the locals are not interested in bringing tourism to the village because the great majority of them makes a sufficient living from the greenhouse cultivation. Secondly, the people of Anatolia are not willing to reconstruct or reproduce a Minoan identity based on the archaeological evidence, since they don't identify as descendants of the Minoans. Thus, they don't seem to perceive the archaeology as a means to achieve social prestige or symbolic capital. On this basis, the socioeconomic effects of the archaeologist's presence within the village setting was confined to the money that was provided to the workmen and to the mere presence of the researchers as outsiders. However, the expansion of the archaeological project to other areas during recent years and the organization of a series of large-scale events shifted the power dynamics. Whereas the local community of Anatolia perceived the prolongation of the project as a positive sign for the village's future, not everyone shared the same enthusiasm. The new cultural association of the village felt threatened by the multiple events implemented by our team, as they could have overshadowed its action. As a result, our seasonal accommodation at the village was compromised due to the antagonism between the members of the new and the old cultural association, who has offered us the association's premises in order to residents for free. An evident conflict of interest occurred simultaneously between the archaeological team and other stakeholder groups, as the archaeological research was moving from mountains to low-lying coastal areas. The conduct of surface surveys in the greenhouses areas and the discovery of an intact late Minoan tomb northeast of the village Kedri near Apatra provoked the cultivators who were afraid of losing their properties. Likewise, the majority of the residents of Kedri village took a stand against the archaeologists and their fellow villagers who helped them, since they didn't want anything to do with archaeology. Later on, when the value of the archaeological finds was revealed, their attitude towards archaeology changed, and they even claimed their right to a financial reward for the find. In order to bridge the gap between the many and diverse stakeholder groups and introduce them to our work, a public archaeology festival was organized in the wider area. Indeed, this goal was fulfilled, but traces of politics were pinpointed once again. On the very first day of the festival, representatives of the different local political parties showed up in order to shake hands and be photographed with the director of the project as a way of promoting a positive image in view of the upcoming elections. In light of the above, it can be clearly seen that the choice to run a bottom-up public archaeology project is a political act itself that raises questions about the role of the archaeologist within local communities and the imprint of archaeology on a constant changing world. Thus, what should we be asking ourselves as scholars, social beings, and political animals by nature is how do or should we pursue our work given this diversity of interests related to the sites? Should a scientific project take a stand, and how? Should we strategically deal with emerging interests to serve our own ends? Do we resonate with colonial rhetoric by drawing attention to a community's activities? How may a reflexive public archaeology be designed so that it can express the concerns of the margins and their present-day needs? There may be no clear answer to these questions yet, but the fact that such questions are forming and keep coming back over the last few decades underlines that the discipline is in a good position to understand its sociopolitical dimension, to face its responsibilities as a producer and interpreter of knowledge, and to consider the work of the archaeologist as more than scientific or academic. Moreover, acknowledging the entanglement of politics at any aspect of archaeology and adopting practices that will prevent its mistreatment is paramount at a time when the rise of nationalistic phenomena and intolerance is unregulated. We cannot pretend to be neutral these days, while politics and archaeology go beyond grand narratives of nationhood and extend into everyday matters. Thus, to change the very concept of political neutrality in archaeology and build a sociopolitically engaged praxis is to change our perception of the world. Archaeological ethnography can effectively contribute to it. The ethnographic research in Anatolia showed that one such practice leads to relationships that enable archaeological expertise to be of use to the community and enables the researchers to navigate the complexities of on-site power networks. What is more, it prioritizes the living communities over the diseased and moves their presence to the foreground where it remains their own and not archaeology's. This way, it serves as a catalyst in ideological struggles that have real consequences for people, recognizes and benefits social groups, reinforces a sense of community, and helps all together in constructed and honest and emancipatory scholarship with an archaeology that is politically self-conscious and concerned not only with the ways people engage with the material past, but also with the ways they engage with the present. Creating a socially engaged and reflexive archaeology in and of the present, based on the community knowledge, is an energetic political act and the only way for the field to retain its relevance to today's complex and multivocal societies. Thank you.
Thank you, Klairi. I see a raised hand by Diana, but I suspect it's from before. It is from before, and then it's James's turn.
Thank you very much. That was really fascinating. It's really refreshing to see these kinds of methodologies being drawn upon. My question is, I'm sure you've thought about this with somebody coming from the perspective that you've been working on, but there just wasn't the time to discuss it today. Given your stated commitment to using this as a challenge to colonial attitudes and so on, and your stated commitment to a reflexive approach, how do you engage with, of course, because ethnography, of course, is itself a discipline and a set of methods that via anthropology is, of course, also, deeply enmeshed with colonial ideology. So could you comment a bit more on your reflexivity with regard to that particular issue?
Yeah, of course. I want to concentrate on the fact that to do ethnography or a reflexive ethnography does not mean that in a way you go there and you see the others as colonized or as ethnographized. I mean, yes, that's a trap to be there, but I think a way to don't do that is by engaging in a long term. I mean, I've spent more than 3 years, and I was interacting with them in a way, in a human way. I mean, without having in mind that now they are my research objects and I have to export knowledge from them, or even sometimes I didn't even have questions in my head when I was interacting with them. And it was something that I was discussing with Mr. Plagos before a week or so, and he asked me something like that. And I responded, I know that it doesn't sound very scientific, but when you step into their world and it's their world, you have to step there as a blank page in a way. For me, that's the only way to be reflexive and remain reflexive. Of course, this changes over the years because you are human and you make human relationships. You can't avoid that, and it's not bad after all. And also another thing is to use some methodologies that prevent such issues. For example, I was using oral history methodologies, which are very specific.
May I offer a brief follow-up there? Or would you,
sure.
I'd add, this is all, of course, a very important thing to do. I would note caution nevertheless, and the classic example, of course, is Saussure followed by Derrida, where it is the Derrida and the not the Saussure, sorry, Levi-Strauss and Derrida, where, of course, in Derrida's classic taking apart in Levi-Strauss, he demonstrates it is even in those moments of the most putative authentic engagement, the most putative self-effacing of my own perspective and letting them speak for themselves, that colonial mindsets inadvertently make themselves manifest. So that's all very wonderful, but I suppose here I would urge, be attentive that it's sometimes those moments where we least think that we're doing that slips in. So, but nevertheless, this is an extremely exciting methodology and project, and I'm commenting on it very much in that spirit. So thank you.
I totally agree with this mindset, but in a way you can't avoid it. It is what it is. You don't have to demonize it in a way.
Well, yes, but that's the problem, Claire.
I mean, you can't say that I won't do something because it might cause something bad. Because if we were all thinking this way, we will just sit in our desks doing nothing in a way. And the other thing is that if you notice during the activities, also the village organized its own activities, so we got to learn from them. And the thing is that is also something very important and something that we should try to do more often.
Thank you very much.
Well, if I may intervene here, one way to avoid what James has been warning you about is to stop, not you personally, but everyone. We should stop seeing these people as pre-modern. And this is the problem with very respectable research projects like Hamilakis and Yalouri, who go on the Acropolis or in Crete, Minoan Crete, I mean, whatever Crete. And because people make the sign of the cross on the Acropolis, they think that this is a sign of the pre-modernity, which is not. And in your presentation right now, I noticed that at some point you seem to think that these people are not affected at all by current narratives on archaeology, on Minoan past of Crete, that they haven't heard of these things. It's exactly the problem, that you think we might think that these people are a tribe somewhere in the Amazon, and they where archaeology you are the first archaeologist they've seen. So as long as you keep reminding yourself of that, that's the first step, not the whole way, just the first step. Bettina?
Can I just make
Klairi, go
a
ahead.
small comment?
Yeah.
I didn't mean that they don't know about Minoan archaeology. I meant that.
But you said that they don't see themselves as
yeah, because they don't care. No, really. They're so obsessed. They're so obsessed with the destruction of the village. It's the only past that they care about. And I mean, Southeast Crete, it's not the same situation as in Knossos, because they never had a thing, and they just didn't care about such things. And yes, there is the Cretan identity, which is very strong. Yes, the Cretan identity is really strong there, you know, drinking raki and being really strong. And all. But yeah.
Bettina?
Yeah, so actually, I just want to say, first of all, that I'm a major advocate of public archaeology in any form, and I think what you're doing is admirable and really, I think, important. But you know, in a sense, I'm not surprised that you're getting the sort of reaction from, you know, the sort of present concerns outweigh what our academic interests might be in terms of what the local population wants versus what you're willing to offer them or provide them. And I mean, again, in terms of the response that you would get as an archaeologist in North America from, and do typically get from Native American groups is exactly the same. I mean, it's that they don't view us as in any way, shape, or form being qualified to speak for them. The discipline doesn't have the tools that you know they feel are adequate to represent them, and they're perfectly capable of understanding their own past without our intervention or help. They don't want our help, is the point. Okay, they see it as a patronizing, you know, kind of extension of colonialism, which is exactly, I think, also what James was kind of referring to. That said, I still think that the mutual education that you're describing, because they're educating you as well, I think that needs to happen. The more you do that, and it's painful, there's no question for everybody, the more you do that, the more likely it is that these kinds of misunderstandings of what we're actually trying to accomplish, what they're trying to do and what you're trying to do, I think that's going to diminish, at least in that one place and time. So it's worth doing.
Thank you.
Paulina?
Yes, thank you for this presentation. I'm also a huge admirer of public archaeology, and it's actually, I think, been the main motive of all my work for the past 20 years. I've always tried to explain that if we don't consider everyone in the process as a stakeholder, then we will once raise a generation of people who don't have any link with their heritage, any link with any special identity. And these peoples, as voters, future members of parliament, future politicians, one day they will decide that we don't need this laws protecting our, you know, heritage in any way, or to say the least, the funding for it. And we can already see signs of it in some parts of our world or our countries or whatever. So I think it's extremely important, and it's a #1 condition that all these stakeholders are included. And having said that, it doesn't, of course, mean that they have to be participating in the decision-making process, because it's us, the researchers, who decide on the program, on how the project is, actually done. But they have to be convinced that this is something valuable. And we also have to listen to them, that some of their arguments, as you said, are important to be taken into account as well. And this book earlier on Valletta and Faro conventions in reference to archaeology is precisely about that, or case studies from all over Europe showing how public archaeology basically is a foundation. It's like a insurance, long-term insurance to just keep these archaeological heritage projects going. So thank you very much for this.
Alec? Alec, you're muted.
My comment is that many archaeologists in my country tend now to find cultural anthropology appealing. But there is a big difference between the two disciplines. And I will quote from the Code of Ethics of the American Anthropological Association in order to illustrate that. So the code says anthropological researchers have primary ethical obligations to the people, species, and materials they study, and to the people with whom they work. These obligations can supersede the goal of seeking new knowledge and can lead to decisions not to undertake or to discontinue a research project when the primary obligation conflicts with other responsibilities. This is something no archaeologist I know in my country would do. Stop researching.
We have to, Alec, before Klairi has the chance to answer. In order to undertake a cultural anthropology or cultural archaeological ethnography project, especially if it's funded by any public body, you have to abide to exactly these sets of regulations established by the American Anthropological Association. So Klairi is subject to them as I am in my project.
Yes, but not, my point is that archaeologists would not do that.
But I'm an archaeologist and I have to do it.
And you will do that, will not excavate in one particular location because
no, the code of ethics is about living subjects, is about harming the community you're working with on the side of an archaeological. Klairi doesn't, as it happens, Klairi is not an excavator.
And I'm not an archaeologist.
And she's not an archaeologist. Well, you're archaeological enough. But I am an archaeologist who runs an excavation, and I also direct a project exactly like that described by Klairi.
Yes, maybe I have not made my point clear.
Yeah.
I want to say that we are not anthropologists, so we are not inclined to act according to these rules. I am convinced that we should do that. We should stop excavating if the locals think this is not good for them. But this is not a very wise, it's not it's an isolated opinion as far as I can tell among archaeologists. They are willing to pursue the research despite the harm that is perceived by the locals. That was the point I wanted to make.
But in Greece, this is not so much of a problem because we don't have religious ideas like against the excavation of cemeteries, for example, something like that. So it's not that much of a problem.
I can give you an example. We have received at my institute from someone from a village, and he said, "Well, the archaeologists from your institute have excavated 12 mounds, which were in my village. We like them, these mounds. And there were 15. Now we have only 3. Please do not excavate them. Leave them as they are." Unfortunately, no one listened, and they have excavated 3 mounds. So I'm speaking about this kind of conflict, to which anthropologists tend to be more receptive, and they have even guidelines to deal with such situations, and archaeologists do not have such guidelines.
Yeah. In Greece, it's a bit roundabout because even if I apply to excavate one of your mounds, like I would have to get a permit from the state, and the state would have, by law, would need to consult with every stakeholder, including local community. So theoretically, the local community could protest, officially protest and say, no, we don't want that here. And this, in the end, it might not happen. Usually the local communities, as Klairi suggested, are in favor of archaeological projects because they enhance their areas as tourist destinations. Now, I'm aware that we're eating from Paulina's time. Don't worry, Paulina, we'll allocate your proper time. It's Anastasia's turn, and then James, and then Klairi would like to make a final sort of response.
Yes, I just wanted to emphasize a little bit what Klairi said, and she's absolutely right about the Cretan's identity. Cretans are above all Cretans. Yes,
yes, Anastasia, that's essentialism of the worst kind. We need some references. We need some research on that.
Yes, we should make it.
I come from an island as well, and I can argue about Limniot identity as much as you like.
Herzfeld has written
Yes.
about.
Michalis is my good friend, so I've discussed this with him several times. But anyway, yes.
The Cretan identity, I don't know, it's very strong. You cannot speak for them. You cannot say anything if they don't want to. It's a very peculiar group of people. So I know what Klairi means. However, I think that in Crete, they're quite open-minded regarding excavations, because they do have the example of Knossos and other large archaeological sites on the island. So I think that one of the most important reasons archaeological projects are trying to make the locals part of an archaeological project is to avoid looting. And I think that's the most important reason. And okay, to make your excavation more public, and to make people to like you, and all this stuff. Which
and
are very...
make cookies with them. Yes, yes.
Yes.
We got.
However,
yes.
In the Koumassa project, for example, in the Asterousia region, which is a very isolated area of Crete, you can see there in a very it is very their communal identity is also very strong, and they really don't care whether these archaeological finds are related to their theoretical ancestors or anything like that. They ask you, they want to know, but that's it. For them, they are just some people who lived 1,000 years away from there in that specific place. So I think Klairi has the right perception of what's going on this island.
Okay, Anastasia, thank you for that. And James?
Yeah, it's just a comment on all of these threads, really, which is first just to emphasize, in making that comment, I wasn't saying don't do this work or anything like that. It was just a kind of query about where the reflection...
Oh, she will write the paper. I mean, there's no question about that. We all write the papers. I mean...
But then...
she will get the job.
But really, I suppose, but okay, now to tie several of these strands together, first thinking about what Alex said, just a brief methodological comment, is that now I know in places like Britain and Spain and elsewhere, and I'm sure it's happening everywhere else too, increasingly people are turning to geophysical survey to avoid having to excavate. And now actually excavation is often an act of last resort, precisely because of the methodological and indeed ethical problems it can pose. But my major point was, and it's a comment partly to what Paulina said, and it's partly to the discussion that I'm seeing taking place in the chat as well. I'm hesitant about this desire to say, okay, the way to get the locals involved in this is to say, well, look, this is your heritage, and because it's your heritage, you have to care about it. This makes me nervous, because that's the roots of nationalism, ultimately, is that this is the heritage that is yours, and you should care about this one because it belongs to you. Where I mean, I would prefer to decouple the demographics and the people and the cultures of the past from the present, and emphasize that the value of this stuff is not to all humanity. It's not specific to a particular locality or a person, because otherwise we are ceding the roots of nationalism, however inadvertently and however with good intentions.
Thank you, James. Thank you for that. As we say, there was an old term we used to use, when I was Klairi's age, to render the local community sensitive to the towards their heritage, which made me want to puke even then. But Klairi, is your turn, and I don't think, Paulina, I'm gonna let you speak now.
I totally agree with you, and that's why actually our activities are not only archaeological ones. It's also about beekeeping, about, I don't know, herbs, about cookie making. Why not? I mean, they get to choose what are the traces of their identity that they want to enhance or that they want to teach to others. And also, I think that they just wanted the connection with other people just because the village is abandoned. I mean, we didn't do these activities and workshops in order to make them sensitive. We did because they needed human interaction.
Thank you. So, Paulina, you have the floor. But before that, I should introduce you somewhat, if I find my virtual papers here. So, Paulina Florjanowicz is an archaeologist from Warsaw University. She mentioned her preoccupation with various aspects of cultural heritage and cultural heritage management during the days of this workshop. I'm going to just mention her title this afternoon. Polish archaeologists' approach towards Nazism and Stalinism, a topic which she also anticipated in some of her interventions so far. So obviously you have your 20 minutes intact and then your 10 minutes of discussion. So.
Okay, thank you. So let me quickly explain the dates. Of course, 1939 is quite obvious, but I will have to refer to a little bit earlier time as well. 1956 is the end of Stalinism. This is the most, since I refer to the approach of archaeologists towards totalitarian systems, I thought that these dates would be adequate. Later on, of course, communists lasted in Poland, or rather socialism, we should say, as communism was maybe fortunately never reached. However, this is how we grew to and got used to use the word communism. So the aim of my research is what was the Polish archaeologists' attitude towards both totalitarian systems that grew at our Western and Eastern neighbor, and how did it, or whether it influenced the research, and what were the consequences of it. So I have to move a little bit in time first and explain that archaeology didn't start with looking for our own roots in Poland. It was that we've always had, at least since Renaissance, very strong relations with Italy, and whoever could afford to travel there or studied there and so on. So the discovery of Pompeii has become a huge news among the Polish elites of that time, and whoever could afford it started their own antiquity collections, including the last king of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, because it was a joint state. As you remember, he also had a huge collection, but he also supported the idea of creating a museum Polonicum in 1775. That was inspired by the creation of British Museum a little bit earlier. And this museum was to include the finds from the ground as well, as they call them. And but at that time, the origins of Poland was not a very hot topic, and its origins were still based rather on legends or other fantasies, and no one really paid much attention to it. And it was often mixed with geology, and sometimes hard to tell one from another. However, in 1795, everything changed because the Polish state ceased to exist, as it was partitioned by its three imperial neighbors, Prussia, then Germany, Russia, and Austria. So here you can see the borders between those three empires that lasted throughout the 19th century. So what was the consequence for the archaeology, which was not called that at the time yet? It was that while most absolute monarchies in Europe slowly transformed into modern states, and within this process started to build institutions like museums to safeguard their heritage, Poland was under the rule of foreign powers, so it could not do it. There was no Polish government. So to fill this gap, it has become a sign of patriotism among the Polish elite to protect what is left of Polish heritage, including artifacts found in the ground in Poland. And being aware that these finds are accidental, usually, several appeals were published as early as 1805, addressing everyone to report anything they might find that looks antique to the local antiquity society, since there were no Polish museums nor universities at that time. They were, of course, they existed before, but in the German and Russian part, they were either closed, or in case of late 19th century in Russia, it was forbidden even for the Poles to study at academic level. So if someone was interested in studying, he had to go to the nearest university, which was in Krakow, because the regulations in the Austrian-Hungarian Empire were much more liberal. And there was also, since late 19th century, a possibility to study archaeology. But still, it was mainly classical archaeology, it was called, related with the ancient Greece and ancient Rome, not necessarily with Polish prehistory. In end of 19th century, it are the first examples when this gets into universities. So some Polish scientists, if they wanted to, or aspiring scientists, if they wanted to deal with archaeology, they could afford it, they usually went to Vienna, Prague, or Berlin. Also, this is one of the reasons why there was such a huge impact of German archaeology on Polish archaeology right from the start. After World War I, Poland regained independence, and the power was taken over by Józef Piłsudski, who was lucky to be on the spot. But of course, there were several other architects of this success of Poland, including Roman Dmowski, who negotiated Polish borders in Versailles, and Ignacy Jan Paderewski, who convinced the US president to support the Polish case. And as I already said before, a first law on protecting cultural heritage was introduced as early as 1918. So it was among one of the first legal acts to be issued by Polish government after 123 years, and a complete law with all the details, a very modern law, is from 1928, and it lasted until 1960s, actually. So the Polish state was busy with all kinds of things. They had to start from scratch, bringing together three parts of the country that for generations have been developing under completely three different legal systems. One of the tasks, of course, was creation or recreation of universities, and among them, 5 departments of archaeology were created in Warsaw, Kraków, Lwów, Vilnius, and Poznań. And several museums, of course, including the State Archaeological Museum in Warsaw, established in 1928. As for the policy of the state towards heritage protection or archaeology, we have a document published in 1920 that explains to everyone who might be interested, both specialists, politicians, but also the society as such, why it's required to protect cultural heritage. As you can see, it's very modern for the time. Basically, it's based on the rule of sustainable management of heritage long before this word was used. And it doesn't refer to any type of national identity building, as the identity being endangered for such a long time was really quite strong. And also because, as I said, the government had some other problems to deal with. The main archaeologists of that time, and also of the later time, important to my research. Some of them, the most important ones, are here. It's Józef Kostrzewski, Włodzimierz Antoniewicz, Leon Kozłowski, Roman Jakimowski, and Ludwik Sawicki. As you can see, they were all born more or less in the same time, studied during the First World War, and enter into their adulthood and their professional careers with the rebirth of independent Poland. So they were in their late 20s, early 30s when they've become professors, some of them, and took over the archaeological departments and the museums. As you can see, they were born in different parts of the divided Poland among the three neighboring countries, which largely determined their political views and their scope of interest also in reference to archaeology. They also had different political views, with Kostrzewski being a national democrat, opposing the Polish government throughout the interwar period, whereas Antoniewicz, I wrote supporter of government because, as you will see, he supported any government, whoever was at power at the time. He considered himself a Germanophile. This is not my interpretation. This is what he thought of himself. including that when he published, for example, in German journals, he changed his name to Vladimir, and he used von before his last name to prove his noble background. The same actually did Leon Kozłowski, the next one, who was a strong supporter of Piłsudski, and his close compatriot back from 1914. And he actually was a real politician, because in 1934, he has even become the prime minister of Poland for a year or so. He was also fought as a volunteer in the Polish Bolshevik War of 1919-1920. The same for Roman Jakimowicz, who was a supporter of the government, but not very active in politics. He was the director of the State Archaeological Museum. And another one is Ludwik Sawicki, who had non-education because he had his background didn't allow him to do it. He didn't finish any school, I think 2 classes maybe. So he never went to a university. He was an activist in all kinds of extreme left-wing parties, you would say, not communist, because communist parties were illegal in Poland since 1919. And but he declared himself as a communist, and as you will see, that this will have big influence on his later life. As for their interest in archaeology, they had a different interest. Some important part was their relation to the ethnogenesis of Slavs. Most of those archaeologists at that time were supporters of the so-called autochthonic theory, which said that Slavs had been in the area of today's Poland at least since the Bronze Age, and not Polish, of course, not Polish people, but basically Slavonic or somehow related to Slavonic. And the only one in Poland who opposed it and was Włodzimierz Antoniewicz, but also it changed with time. At the beginning, he was autochthonic as well. During the interwar period, the main conflict was the ethnogenesis of Slav, but not as much among the Polish archaeologists, but rather with their German counterparts. The leading fighter, you could say, was Józef Kostrzewski, who was actually Kosina's student, but whereas he accepted his method, he always opposed to Kosina's interpretations. The area of conflict was whether the archaeological cultures identified in the process of archaeological investigations were representing Germanic tribes or pre-Slavonic. Kostrzewski claimed that Lusatian culture of late Bronze Age was pre-Slavonic, but what he meant by is that there were no hiatuses until early Middle Ages, whereas Cosina and his followers claimed that all the culture or any sign of civilization, even since the Neolithic, was thanks to the Germanic peoples passing by or living in that area. And by this, they wanted to prove their rights to Western Poland that, in their opinion, was land lost as a result of World War I. This led to a serious conflict, actually, not only on scientific level. The main opponent of Kostrzewski was Professor Bolkow or Richthofen, who went as far as reporting Kostrzewski to Polish ambassador in Berlin in 1934, saying not only that he undermines Polish-German relations, but also that he acts against the Polish government, especially against the prime minister. This diplomatic intervention was potentially dangerous for Kostrzewski, as he was actually in opposition to Polish government, and Richthofen claimed Kostrzewski criticized the prime minister of Poland on several occasions. Why would Kostrzewski bother to criticize the prime minister? Because he actually did, because the prime minister at the time was Leon Kozłowski, also professor of archaeology, whom Kostrzewski did criticize a lot, but as a researcher, considering him a poor researcher, although they actually agreed about the ethnogenesis of Slavs. Kozłowski fortunately ignored the whole thing. On the other hand, in this quarrel, Włodzimierz Antoniewicz, another Polish professor of archaeology, supported Bolkow or Richthofen, with whom he had been good friends even after Richthofen joined NSDAP and became a prominent Nazi. To what extent Antoniewicz was sincere and to what naive and used by German propaganda, this was a very tense time between Poland and Germany a few years before the Second World War. It's hard to say. As I said, there was no state policy or even any interest of the state authorities regarding archaeology in the Second Polish Republic. Koszewski and Antoniewicz, despite their differences, they both criticized this negligence and thought it's extremely important, especially given the fact that most of the archaeological finds are accidental. Koszewski also criticized it because he knew Germany very well, and he understood that the situation there, especially after Hitler taking power in 1933, was very dangerous. And but he couldn't really find much understanding about in the others. At the same time, in the late 30s, Koszewski published a lot of articles, both praising and condemning German archaeology under Nazis. He praised that it was taken seriously by the government and condemned the fact that it was so servile to politics. The one exception was, of course, the excavations in Biskupin that started in 1934. And in this case, Koszewski built this narrative of this being a pre-Slavonic settlement. He convinced the authorities to support it with large funding and also to promote it, which the government finally did, although they opposed in the beginning, not liking Koszewski very much. And the funding allowed for truly interdisciplinary scientific project and huge promotion. It's estimated that about 100,000 visitors visited the site as tourists until 1939. In general, during this interwar period, neither Nazism or communism was seen as something really to be afraid of or as a threat, neither to archaeology nor actually to any other sphere of life. And as I said, in reference to Nazism, Koszewski was the only one who strongly opposed. The outbreak of the Second World War in 1939 was, of course, from both sides for us, based on the secret protocol of the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. In the result of the war, just to remind everyone, 6 million Polish citizens were killed, including 3 million of Polish Jews, and about 70% of cultural heritage was lost, including more than 90% of library content. In case of archaeology, it's estimated that 1/4 of Polish archaeologists were killed in the war. As for the part occupied by Germany, it was divided into two parts: the general government with the capital in Kraków, and the so-called Wartegau, which was part incorporated into the Third Reich. All universities and secondary schools were immediately closed and off limits to Poles, not to mention Jews. Museums, including the archaeological ones, were severely looted, but some of them could function, of course, close to the public just to maintain the remaining collection, but any scientific work to be done by Poles was strictly forbidden. And the way it happened, it was exactly like Anastasia described it the other day. The German colleagues of Polish archaeologists just showed up one day in Polish museums wearing German uniforms. And according to the memories of Konrad Jarzewski, another archaeologist who witnessed this in person, it was the only time during the war when he actually cried. Of course, the excavations in Biskupin were taken on and continued, I think, until 1942 to prove the Germanic origin of Biskupin. So this site, this archaeological site, is going from one hand to another. Of course, the fact that research was off limits to Polish archaeologists didn't mean that they do nothing. There isn't any proof of any collaboration with the Nazis, but I have to admit that Włodzimierz Antoniewicz agreed to cooperate as an only archaeologist with the Ostarbeit Institute in Kraków, and he did some publications for their periodicals. As for the other archaeologists, they spent most of this time in hiding, like Kostrzewski, because immediately there was an arrest warrant issued for him by Gestapo. But they did some research while in hiding. Also, some of the other archaeologists, for example, Edmund Bulanda, who was a classical archaeologist, but within the structures of the Polish underground state, he was responsible for all secret academic teaching that was organized throughout the German occupation. Towards the end of World War II, after Warsaw Uprising, several archaeologists were also involved in a mission to save at least part of the collections in Warsaw. It was a bargain made with the Germans after the collapse of the Warsaw Uprising, when Hitler made the decision to erase Warsaw from the ground. Some of the museum people, and including archaeologists, managed to convince the German officers to allow them to save at least part of the heritage. And here in the picture, you can see another remarkable thing. This is a photo from 1946 with Karol Streicher, an art historian who worked for the Polish government in exile, searching for the looted art in Germany. And he managed to convince both Americans and Soviets to a train that brought some of the looted heritage to Poland in 1946. So this was quite an achievement given the political situation. And this is The Lady with the Ermine by Leonardo da Vinci, but this train also brought some archaeological collection. In the part seized by the Soviet Union, the situation was different, and there's small amount of data available on what exactly happened there. In theory, everything worked. Everyone was, universities were open, etc. But of course, the pressure, the political pressure was even stronger. And Leon Kozłowski was actually there when the Soviet invasion happened. He was immediately arrested by the Soviets as a former prime minister of Poland, put in prison, sentenced to death. Then freed based on some diplomatic negotiations. But anyway, he wrote down a very interesting memories on how the Soviet Union works and why this will never end in a success. And then something bizarre happened. He crossed the border and decided to report himself to German administration. We don't really know why. There are several theories not related to archaeology, so I will not go into detail. Anyway, he died in 1944 in one of the bombings of Berlin. But he managed before that to go to Katyn with the German delegation to prove, to testify that this was done by Soviets. After here you have a map of Poland. The pink one is Poland now, since 1945, and you can see the shift of borders was significant in 1944, and the yellow line is more or less the borders of Poland in the year 1000, so in Middle Ages, and it was an important task of the communists to prove that these are natural borders of Poland, and therefore this is fair what happened with this border shift. So this was how it was imposed on archaeologists to keep on proving it, as you can see in this propaganda poster. And this is what was going on with archaeology since 1947, when communists rigged a referendum and took over power. So they focused on proving the Slavonic origin of this part. And this time it was a top-down approach in overthrowing the way of thinking, of course, based on the Marxist theories. And finally, there was, of course, to avoid being involved in politics, many archaeologists chose to deal with something which was, in case of Poland, completely unpolitical, which, as we call it in Poland, is Mediterranean archaeology. And here it was mainly the school created by Professor Kazimierz Michałowski, who dealt with Egypt, excavations in Egypt. Here you have a quote from him. He thought that real archaeology is only done in Egypt. And for many archaeologists until 1990s, it was the only way to do serious archaeology without being involved in politics. And also, let's be honest, a chance to travel abroad, which wasn't that easy. And to conclude, in the interwar period, there was really no interest in archaeology from the state authorities, and basically common ignorance of two emerging totalitarian systems. The World War II was an extreme trial for the entire society, including archaeologists. Communist archaeologists, authorities decided to use archaeology. So from bottom up, it has become a top-down approach. Loyalty turned to be more important during the Stalinism. Ludwik Sawicki, whom I mentioned before, who had no education at all, right after war, he has become the director of the State Archaeological Museum, and soon after he was just given the title of a professor. So he died a professor without even completing secondary school. And also another sad observation that crossing lines is easier in times of peace, as there's always a thin line to be crossed. And post-war archaeology therefore focused on material and typology studies, no interpretations, which allowed to avoid politics, but also froze for many, many decades any development, and it has made the discipline rather hermetic. And the ethnogenesis of Slavs remains unknown. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, can we have your questions or remarks? Anastasia, your hand is from previous, right? Okay, don't worry, not to worry. Any takers? I have a very quick question about the book with the mention of the swastika, but you don't need to answer it now. Perhaps in a mail, because I see James has a question. So let's go.
Mine is more just a very brief comment, which is this is not my area at all, but I know that well, Sebastian Brata has just published, to address that final very final sentence. Sebastian Brata has just published in an article in a volume I edited addressing the Germanic Slavic debate and trying to take apart both angles of that debate in late antique archaeology. I'll put the PDF in the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other points? This was extremely interesting. When I was writing about the Greek case 15 years ago now, I used the term frustrated vision, and I think this frustration is all over the place. Alec?
Yes, I think it would be interesting to go down to how the archaeologists work, because it is important to know if, in complying with political commandments, they are going against the methodology they are using or with it.
Well,
for a very conservative cultural historical archaeologist, it is possible to oppose ethnic interpretation because the data cannot be interpreted in that way.
Well, I investigate this in my research as well, and I have to say that I haven't come across any kind of wrongful methodology or data collecting. I think it's rather the interpretation level that was manipulated. Therefore, that's why they just, avoided this area to a large extent. Of course, not all of them, because some wanted to be more active than they really had to. But that was the general.
Interpretation and methodology in this kind of archaeology are linked. So if one cannot define an archaeological culture, where the political part wants some kind of ethnicity, the archaeologist has to say, if he's honest, there is nothing like that here. I cannot make an archaeological culture out of this. Well, you have not encountered such situations.
I think that still, in general, prehistory of Poland, of course, it's not that very attractive. There is no architecture for prehistoric sites. It's you know, these are very poor sites in comparison to ones in Southeastern Europe, of course. So the interest of everyone was really very limited. So especially if archaeologists dealt with those very late epochs of, let's say, Stone Age, they didn't have to bother with, you know, a lot of politicians being interested in what they're doing. It was something just that bizarre and far away from anything that was considered important, that they were free. Of course, it was different with archaeology on the areas that were assigned to Poland in 1945, where everything was focused on proving its Slavic origin. So this was different for these areas.
Thank you.
Bettina, and then Susanna.
Yes, thank you. That was fascinating. I wonder, I mean, what could you give us a sense of what the stakeholder situation is in Poland? Because I really don't know enough about it to be able to sort of get a handle on. In other words, are you dealing with competing interests or claims? Is there any sense in which there's no, you know, the sort of unified identity problem that we don't have it in the United States? Clearly, in a colonialist context, you wouldn't. What do you have anything comparable in terms of internal tensions when it comes to archaeological research?
Well, my research ends in 1956, so I can only tell you based on my observation as being an archaeologist for 20+ years. And I would say that I think it's also a consequence of this approach, avoiding an interpretation, that the next generations of archaeologists that were raised, they only knew how to study the material culture and didn't even bother about going any further. And as a result of it, archaeology basically died for other stakeholders. I mean, people just weren't interested. The museums, I mean, I'm very sorry to say, I mean, I supervise the entire museum sector in Poland, and I don't know one single professional archaeological museum in Poland. Of course, I will never say that publicly in the open in Poland, but they are all very old and just boring. So people are not really interested in archaeology. There is no debate, there is no discussion. It's only on very highly professional level, whether Slavs came here in the 6th century or they came in the Bronze Age. No one really cares the least. And on top of it, there was the scandal that I told you about yesterday, I think, or the corruption scandal, which basically made archaeology as something completely incredible. And that's the situation that we're dealing with now.
And Susanna?
Paulina, thank you very much. I think you really have to stay in touch. It's really interesting. I wonder, because you said there were no interpretations after the Second World War. I'm asking because of this huge Millennium Project, you know, Poland put millions of your dollars into that project, and the whole country was excavated, all the hill forts. But of course, it's not prehistoric, it's early Middle Ages. And I have had a lot of discussions about that project with my colleague Karin. In my view, the whole project was an interpretation of the early medieval times. You know what I mean? But on the other side, we know that all the results are never published in a real way, you know, only tiny pieces, and only a tiny piece of a whole hill fort and so on. And so how would you interpret this? It's confusing a bit.
It is. It's exactly like you said. This was and just to explain to those of you who don't know, in 1966, Poland celebrated 1,000 years of the Polish state, which started 1,000 years before with the Christian baptism of the Polish prince, which is a historical fact. And there was this huge project on the it was called Millennium Project on the beginning of Poland. It was enormous money invested in archaeology. As Susanna said, nearly every hill fort was dug up to prove, especially in the west of Poland, to prove the origins of the beginning of Poland. But it was basically political. I mean, archaeologists took advantage because they could do the field work, but until today, it was not published. It's just small reports, as Susanna said. It was a top-down thing and never coordinated really on scientific level. And this is basically, I think, the biggest sin of Polish archaeology, that most of the material is not being published. All is required by law is just a simple report from field work. And most of the archaeologists don't do serious site reports like the one that Dmitry showed us yesterday from Greeks. I mean, I wish we would have something. I even started, when I could, a funding program to do publications of those old time, excavations, because, I mean, if you dig up something, archaeology is invasive. I mean, excavations are invasive. If you don't publish, it's like you could destroy it with a bulldozer right in the beginning. It's the same thing. So it was highly, highly political, and they didn't really care about the real results of this research. They just wanted to sell it. And also one more important thing, the communists wanted to draw attention away from the fact that it was a religious event, that this entering into this European society was done by accepting Christianity. So this archaeology was needed to just hide this part.
Excellent. So I'm convinced that we've heard 3 excellent papers this afternoon. Now, perhaps we can have a short break until 30 minutes past the hour, very, very short break. And then we resume for the 2 final papers. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, so thank you all 3 speakers, Miglena, Klairi, Paulina, for these excellent papers, and see you in 12 minutes. If the penultimate lecture of this colloquium with Natalija Cosic.
Yeah.
Okay, managing. And Natalija is an archaeologist. She studied at the University of Belgrade. She has a master's degree in preventive conservation, also from Belgrade University, and she is now a PhD candidate at the Department of Archaeology at the Faculty of Philosophy. Her topic this afternoon is, sorry, I lost my program, but I found it. Making of Lepensky there.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes,
I
very
will
well.
stop because my connection was breaking all day. I will stop video just during
Good.
the presentation.
Okay. But perhaps you can maximize your presentation so
Yes, of course. And just
thank you.
Put everything on the side. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Again, my intention here today is to show how visual representations and reconstruction of archaeological heritage are sources of survival, transfer, and conservation, pun intended, of ideas about the past. Before diving into that presentation of diverse circumstances that influence the making of Lepensky Vir site, my intention here is to explain in more detail the specificities of the exploration and reasoning behind the inquiry. The root of this research stems from uncertainty pertaining to the processes and mechanisms of decision-making about the future of heritage, in this case, archaeological one, and how ideas from different disciplines are intertwined and connected, if they are. That said, the subject of this presentation, the Lepensky Vir site, is located at the intersection of 3 main disciplines: archaeology, museology, and conservation, and consequently theoretical inquiry is at the crossway of the history of ideas, the history of discipline, and critical heritage study. In order to approach this complex problem as an analytical base, I chose the field theory of Pierre Bourdieu. The field theory implies division of the social universe into a multitude of relatively independent social spaces, which Pierre Bourdieu calls fields. research, he recognizes the spaces of art, education, science, culture, religion, and politics, etc. Bourdieu describes them as autonomous units, but between which intertwining mutual influences and turmoil is possible. This means that each field represents a small independent universe, a space with special rules specific only to that particular one niche, but with possibility of interaction. Within fields, he introduces and employs the notion of capitals, both individual and collective, the logic of scientific practice and capitals entangled in the process of production of knowledge and power relations. Of course, this is very simplified explication of very complex theoretical view for the purposes of this talk. Archaeological heritage is complex concept, which due to the nature of material often implies different ideas, interpretation, reuses, definition, and strategies. Thus, at the beginning, I wanted to clarify what I mean when I use the term archaeological heritage. Following the Matt Edgeworth's notion of double side of material culture and Robin Skid's definition, I see archaeological heritage as material remains of the past, communities that survives in the present. On the other hand, I understand it as phenomenon, as the negotiation process through which material remains are re-evaluated and reused in the present. When it comes to archaeological sites themselves, things get a bit more complicated. Sites as the remains from the past are primarily a research arena, which through the processes of protection and presentation gain usage value in contemporary context. Throughout these different phases in the present archaeological sites and landscapes become created images, visual representations of certain stories about the past. Hence, some of the steps can be intertwined, overlapped, or can be reassessed. Given a multitude of potential, the construction of shelters or enclosed presentation solution is a very common approach to the problem of protection and presentation of archaeological remains, making them more accessible to the public and transforming them to the touristic and economic resource. That said, we can say that Lepenski Vir site is a peculiar case study and special in so many ways. The site was explored in the period of 1965 to 1970 as part of large interstate project with Minea within systematic and protective excavation in Gerdab Gorge. The work started due to the construction of the first dam and the formation of accumulation lake called the Danube. In order to put this in some wider perspective, I would like to emphasize that this is happening in the narrow time span in between the end of the Second World War II and the time just before the adaptation of the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. And also it was the time when radiocarbon dating emerged in archaeology. That was also the period when similar relocation endeavor of Abu Simbel was done, and several Serbian conservators participated in this project in Egypt. Locally, it was the period when the idea of protection of cultural heritage and cultural networking was intensively developed, and when university education in archaeology was restored. As a result, it was a time when many institutions and museums were established, archaeological prospections and mapping of archaeological sites was done intensively as well. And also, in addition to all this, Gerdab exploration was the pioneering job in rescue archaeology at the time, which put a lot of methodological challenges, but also imposed the need for interdisciplinarity and cooperation. So a lot was happening in the small time niche of 10 to these 15 years. In the time of initial research in the 60s, the site and culture was defined as new pre-Neolithic culture in European history, for which the archaeologist Dragoslav Strahilov is credited. And in the context of contemporary research done in the 21st century, the results of revision research of documentation, findings, and AMS dating of animal and human bones, the site is best known for the period of prehistoric settlement of Lepenski Vir, which includes Mesolithic and Neolithic periods, that is Mesolithic-Neolithic transition phase, which was introduced. Although more than 50 years have passed since the discovery of Lepenski Vir, the consensus regarding how one should best interpret Lepenski Vir stratigraphy and accurately date various discovered features has not been achieved. Though over the past 20 years, several versions of a revisited view of stratigraphy and chronology of the site has been offered. From the very beginning, most of the prominent scientific figures and experts involved in the Gerdab project pointed out that the discovery and study of Lepenski Vir is a great invention of European significance, that had an impact not only on the course of archaeological science at the time, but also on public interest in works on Gerda, archaeology and past in general. It is important to emphasize that Lepenski Vir wasn't the only site that has been excavated at the time within the rescue initiative in Gerda. Even though a great number of locations was endangered due to the rising level of Danube, the research was reduced to several locations and others were postponed for the following years. Thus, the excavations took place under great time pressure, but also they were financially challenged. The turning point which determined the fate and financial safety of the excavation took place with the discovery of the famous sculpture of Lepenski Vir, which happened in 1965. One of the preservation committee leaders said, and I quote, "We simply needed such sensational, spectacular, and top-notch discovery. And I knew then, when I first saw them," he was talking about sculptures, "the fate of Gerdap's works was positively decided. After a big conference for our and foreign journalists, which Dragoslav Srevic and I, Lazar Trifonovic, held at National Museum, Lepenski Vir toured almost the whole world." End of quote. Srevic spoke loudly about Lepenski Vir as isolated and novel phenomena of European prehistory. He said, "Lepenski Vir is proof that the Mesolithic is not the dark age of European prehistory, but only a period of investigative gravidity, and that the first great rise of European cultures in post-glacial time was not fertilized by outside influences, but aroused spontaneously by awakening long hidden energies of Danube culture of the late Paleolithic. The newly discovered culture of Lepenski Vir is proof that this feat was done independently in Europe." Here he underlines autochthony versus ex-Orientalist theories of Neolithization. I would like also to underline that all these conclusions and statements were done even before the final 1917 campaign of excavations. Already in 1969, Dragoslav Srejovic offered the first holistic interpretation and view of the stratigraphy and chronology of Lepenski Vir. The monograph, firstly published in Serbian, is several years later translated and published in English and German. He saw the culture of Lepenski Vir as living entity with its own spirit, as a culture that is limited and conditioned by natural frameworks, but in which the mystique of numbers, the magic of shapes had some of its own logic, a culture in which all elements are connected into one ideology ruled by some mystical and invisible forces. His understanding of culture as separate spiritual entities can be traced back to Romanticism and Herder's understanding of the Volksgeist, which had a great influence on the formation of normative concept of culture historical archaeology. The vicinity of river, the Treskavac mountain, the suns, the steep cliffs, everything contributed to the life of communities and the spiritual place of Lepenski Vir. Alongside this archaeological perspective of the site and the culture, the site is also known for the relocation of architectural remains and movable finds from the original location to higher plateau in order to protect it from flooding and complete devastation. With the intention to repeat the ambient and spirit of place, there was a plan to erect shelter in order to protect and present site. This wooden structure is supposed to be a temporary, but it lasted for several decades. This protected construction created a completely different atmosphere on the site, closed the remains, and separated them from all those elements that were stated in the archaeological interpretation as essential when it comes to Lepenski Vir. Furthermore, having in mind defined significances and values of the site, there was an initiative to register Lepenski Vir on World Heritage List. However, due to the problem of authenticity caused by relocation and presentation of the site itself, regardless of archaeological scientific value, Lepenski Vir never got to the World Heritage List as a separate entity. Later on, Lepenski Vir found its place within broader discourse in connection of nature and culture, and ended up as part of tentative list for nature sites, particularly within Gerda National Park. This is the view of Lepenski Vir now, when the old shelter was demolished and the new one has not been built yet. And you can have better look at the connection between the original location, which was somewhere here, and the new one. Finally, in 2011, the Lepenski Vir gets its new look and final presentation in the framework of Lepenski Vir Visitor Center sheltered in transparent shell. According to the author's statements regarding the visitor center concept, they said that they were guided by interpretation of Dragoslav Strahilov and wanted to respect the authenticity of his ideas, establish that continuity with the geometry of space, transfer the symbolism of forms and place, the sounds connected with nature and view of the Danube and Treskavac mountain, two basic elements of Lepensky view, stone and water, hence the transparency of architecture of shelter itself. And how does today's visit to Lepensky Vir look like? Beside the refurbishment of the site itself, the whole protected area comprises of wider territory with the path leading us towards the Lepensky Vir. The path starts with houses of traditional architecture from village Golubine, which was relocated in order to be preserved from the rising water level as well. A quote from one of the leading conservators in 1960s says, the original goal was also to provide an apartment for an archaeological site guide, but that also created an opportunity for the formation of an ensemble of certain ethnological value. End of quote. This raises the question whether the location of these houses and the creation of this mishmash implies the continuity of the settlement. Are there chronopolitics hidden here, or this is created by pure coincidence? Then throughout the tunnel of forest, like passage through the time and nature, for more the traditional architecture, the visitor goes further back into the past. Then we stumble upon monumental white building embracing archaeological remains of Lepensky Vir. Also, what sets elusive tone is the use of pseudo-alphabet for the inscription of Lepensky Vir name. The letters visually and aesthetically are similar or same as the pseudo-scientific letters of so-called Vinci alphabet, which, as Professor Palvesa says, has crept into the public discourse thanks to an aggressive media campaign in favor of pseudoscience, although there is no scientific evidence for the so-called Neolithic Danube alphabet. Still, the letters are widely used in pseudo-scientific context, and unfortunately, they have entered in presentation of Lepensky Vir as well. This is an inside situation, and the computers are the most recent addition that introduces the new interpretation of Lepensky Vir. It is one small section placed in the corner, almost invisible in comparison to the rest of the ambient. The view from the inside on the Treskavac mountain and the river. In this way, diverse elements of presentation, movement, images, sounds, reconstructions are working as benchmarks of memory, guide for the observers to the spatial and ideological topography of Lepensky Vir. In Bourdieu language, the way how we visually present the archaeological sites is the manifestation of the field of social power as a meta-field, a space for the manifestation of dominant ideas. And a look at the site and shelter from the other side. The shell in the forest. When it comes to protection and presentation of archaeological sites, especially in the ones from Neolithic period or even earlier, they suffer with an additional problem: the visibility of material discovered, the visuality of fragmented past, and the need to create material that can be seen. As Carl Raimund said, the act of reconstructing something from very fragmentary traces requires us to depict unknown knowns, things that we know existed, but of which we have no actual knowledge. The story doesn't stop here. When it comes to financial side, it is known that the 4 million euros from National Investment Fund was spent for the presentation sheltering process. The practice of building protective structures at archaeological sites in Serbia is becoming a trend in past 20 years. But there are no professional terms of reference that would provide a basis for the decision-making process of construction. Also, there is no critical consideration how these contemporary additions are influencing the interpretation of the past or preservation of the material remains. The construction of shelters is a very complex process by itself. It requires research of the condition of the remains and risk to which the site and the original materials are exposed. Furthermore, the shelter must be visually sensitive so it can enhance the values of the site and surroundings scientifically and in museological terms. Without these considerations, the shelter can become a source of additional threats and unwanted perils that may lead to the need for new conservation treatments and new financial aids. The sociologist Predrag Svetićanin who investigated cultural production field in Serbia, says that there is no autonomy of any field since political, economic, and social capitals are shaping forces, thus we cannot speak of independence in that sense. Currently, the municipality of Majdanpek proposed a draft plan of detailed regulation for protected area archaeological site Lepenski Vir, which includes the construction of a large international port for cruisers and the building ethno apartments in immediate vicinity of the strict protected zone of Đerdap National Park and this archaeological site. This is an ongoing process and we will see what will happen further. Luckily, last year, Đerdap National Park is inscribed on the UNESCO list of world geoparks. Consequently, the Lepenski Vir is protected within the same nature culture connection umbrella. With smaller or greater differences among the authors who have studied this cultural phenomenon, Lepenski Vir culture, over the last 2 decades, a minimal consensus has been reached about the stratigraphy and chronology of the Lepenski Vir culture. However, its presentation is sealed, locked, and frozen in the moment of the discovery, 50 years ago, almost 70 now. As Barbara Bender says, unavoidably, a way in which people understand and connect with the material world around them is always ideologically, historically, socially, and spatially connected. Despite their fragmentary nature, the sites and their surroundings are complex representations that depend on the readability and authenticity of structures and their elements. Therefore, everything what happens with archaeological remains and sites is an epistemological intervention. Hence, managing archaeological heritage implies a comprehensive studies, or at least it should. The question remains, how can we better contribute to decision-making, continue the epistemic norms in written words and visual representations as well? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Natalija, for this exploration of a site in the making and remaking.
Yeah.
And your warning against pseudoscience of creeping when you least expect it to. I was really intrigued by those inscriptions, this alphabet.
Yes.
Any questions, remarks, points you made, Bettina?
Yes, fascinating site, which I expose my students to because I teach a European prehistory class, and they're always totally, I mean, it's one of the ones that you can see their little ears kind of perking up, you know, they get all excited. They have to write an essay about visiting the site, you know, as a trader and all this kind of thing. So I've always been fascinated by it. So the question I had, though, has to do with the autochthonous construction placed on the Mesolithic population. And I'm just curious whether there's any acknowledgement of the preceding population, because obviously there's an Upper Paleolithic occupation as well. Is that anywhere incorporated into the way that Lepenski Vir is presented? Or, I mean, do they quite literally still kind of, you know, make it seem as though they were sort of, I don't know, developing organically out of the local soil?
I just thank you for the question. Just to be sure, I was visiting site, I think 3 or 4 years ago. So I don't know what have been done in these past 4 years, but since then, no. It was really frozen in time. The most represented and preserved part is the Lepenski Vir 1 and 2. That is Mesolithic Neolithic phase transition period, and the preceding phases are not presented. Even though you can, of course, as an introduction from the archaeological point of view in papers, find that information, but in presentation, no. Also, the site had some very small findings from later periods, but that is also not presented as well, from Roman period. And that was for example, the Roman tower was the benchmark in the landscape why that site got attention to be, I don't know, prospected.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, for me, that is one interesting part of the history of the site, which I would put in the presentation, and some of the history of research and etc.
And it is, of course, actually just one of several sites of that type, right, in the region. But it Yeah, I mean, it's the best preserved, obviously, and most intensively excavated.
Facets as well, which is also really important in terms of reconstructing chronological and stratigraphy, that part of the prehistory, but of course it didn't get that big attention, and that is the part of my PhD thesis and research, or what influenced the Lepinski year to gain that kind of attention.
So it's yet another example of this selective emphasis that we've seen in virtually all of the presentations, actually, to some extent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I think we need to sit down and write the history of construction of knowledge in our parts of the world, and those common threads in our individual histories. We've been learning so much these last few days. Things we always knew were there, always suspected, but now now we do know they were there.
Well, it appears that every country has its own peculiar case study, which is intertwined with local history and archaeology.
I think yes, certainly, but perhaps in places like Southeast Asia, for example, or Southeastern Europe, because you have so many nation states and so many ancient ethnicities, suddenly archaeology becomes very important.
Yes, as Predrag Novakovic
it becomes instrumental in this kind of narrative. Elsewhere, you might not get it that much.
Yeah.
About that alphabet, it's amazing how these stories about the alphabets that they're always there, and it comes up with many times with Pseudo-Greek archaeology and Pseudo-Greek prehistory, with Neolithic alphabets or imagined in artifacts that were never there, and always the agony to trace back Greekness.
Yes.
In time immemorial.
I suppose it's the part of that package trying to ensure your continuity on the place, and as deep you can go into the past, you are better in that sense. So that is the peril of that pseudo-scientific theories, which really, as you saw, can creep in when released.
Yeah. It makes people like that. It makes good attractive readings, I think.
Yes, for sure. That is commonly used and really present, and I think that in terms of popularity, it has great presence in nowadays discourse, public discourse, as much as some archaeological thoughts. So that's really big shame for us.
Oh, Bettina.
Yeah, one last quick comment though, because it does strike me that, I mean, most of the examples we've seen deal with more developed sort of stages, I guess, however you want to phrase that, in terms of, metallurgy is already present and so on. There are not that many examples where you see a really early prehistoric, kind of cultural phase being the primary focus for this type of construction of identity. I mean, I mentioned Switzerland earlier, but that actually drifts into the early Bronze Age. I think that makes this one rather unusual, in fact.
True, but I also think that that's the influence of authority of Dragoslav Strahilov, who is prominent archaeologist in Serbia, and he did develop that mystic continuity in Balkans, especially in his later works. So I think that this is the disconnection between different disciplines, that in respect of from conservators, they wanted to respect the great authority in archaeology. They didn't critically re-examine the ideas that they were shaping through the new added material.
James?
To just sort of come back to Bettina's point about the absence really of prehistory in all of this, in really early prehistory. Britain has actually become an instance where prehistory has become quite charged, and I suppose it's to come back to what was said yesterday in response to my paper, which is the nature of Britain as an island, meaning migration is almost always involved, means the various issues of things like the beaker folk and so on always become part of this set of disputes about nationalism. The difficulty is, though, is that these disputes are usually removed from the specialists. The people who are interested in weaponizing these concepts like the British National Party or Nazis and so on are usually, and the best example of this is I'm sure people here must be familiar with Cheddar Man. This person from the Mesolithic found in Cheddar Gorge. Last year, they published the results of some genetic analysis, which would imply that this person's pigmentation, skin pigmentation, would be very dark, and would resemble, in modern terms, a black person. And the far right's reaction to this was,
yes,
well, you can imagine what their reaction was to this. It's liberal academics inventing the past and so on. So there is an example of, I suppose, of where much, much earlier history is being wielded in this way, but it's always very much removed from what the specialists are doing.
Yeah. Okay.
Paulina?
Yes, another example of very early history in Europe, although for a little bit different reasons. It's Otzi in the Alps, the finding of the Iceman. And yeah. I don't know if you know the story behind it, how he was first discovered and considered to be on the Austrian part, and then Italy fought a real battle involving UN to prove that it was actually that Otzi was actually Italian.
Yeah, they have a sort of joint custody agreement now, where he gets sort of ferried back and forth so that both countries can benefit from the sort of economic, tourist.
Yeah, but
draw.
Basically, it's Italy that makes money on it. And they have built
right
a
now,
huge
yes.
museum, in Bolzano, which is really truly amazing on the way they've dealt with it. And this is, I don't remember. It's more than 3000 BC, something like that, right?
I don't know. Are we sure he was not Greek? I don't. Yeah.
Well, who knows? Maybe he was traveling from Lepenski Vir and got stuck.
Let's have a conference on that, the Greekness of the Iceman. Okay, so now it's Cosmin's time. Cosmin Minea. He has a PhD from the University of Birmingham. On old buildings for modern times, the rise of architectural monuments as symbols of the state in late 19th century Romania. He's working in political art in general, and today he will speak to us on transnational relations and national identity, the renewal of the architectural heritage in 19th century Romania. I think he's already there, so. Cosmin, if you speak, you're muted.
Yes, sorry. You can't see my screen now, right?
No, you did. No, you took it back. We could see your screen, now we cannot.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Please, if you could expand your screen, your presentation.
Yes. Good. Thank you very much. I guess now we are coming back to modern times. So from Mesolithic to times of nation building in the 19th century. So my affiliation now is just a brief clarification is with New Europe College. Now I'm involved in this postdoctoral this ERC project this year only. So I'm not, I moved from Birmingham last year during the pandemic. So this paper, we look at the attempts to define a Romanian architectural heritage in the second half of the 19th century. The process is significant for the entangled interplay between the Europeanization process and national policies, and for the circulation of scientific expertise across Europe. Romania's first decades of independence were marked by the action of a Western-educated liberal elite that oversaw a process of modernization based on emulating Western nation states. Part of the process was the constitution, promotion, and display of a set of buildings and artifacts representative for the culture and history of Romania, what we sometimes call the national heritage. Romania was officially created in 1859, when the former Ottoman principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia gained enough autonomy and merged their political institutions. Throughout the 19th century, the leading Romanian intellectuals interested in the material heritage were primarily concerned with the remains of antiquity. In the case of Romania, the antiquities also carried significant national symbolism. They were classified as Roman remains and were perceived as material proofs of the Latin origins of the Romanians, the so-believed quintessential national characteristic. Activities of uncovering, documenting, and researching the ruins of antiquities were carried on a regular basis throughout the centuries and by international scientific teams. Initially, most of the interest was directed towards the nearby Black Sea region of Dobroja, that was under Ottoman control, but part of what Romanians perceived as their nation. Dobroja, comprising the Danube Delta and important ports on the Danube and the Black Sea, was a key strategical economic region of competing political interests. As Constantin Ardeleanu recently noted, if initially the Danube was mainly visited by Ottoman, Greek, Sardinian vessels involved in the regional trading networks, by the 1840s, ships from the Western and Northern Europe were starting to rush to the Black Sea, which had become one of the largest grain exporting basins in the world. The economic interest in the region also drove archaeological missions. In 1865, France had sent its first study missions, teams comprising characterized today as interdisciplinaries, comprising cartographers, topographers, historians, architects, botanists, geologists, archaeologists, and so on. The first study mission of 1855 was to the site of Troezmis, where written sources attested the existence of a late Roman fort, confirmed actually by the first excavations. The team comprised, among others, the French geographer Ernest Desjardins, historian Gustave Boisseret, the architect Ambroise Baudry, and it was followed by another mission in 1867. On my slides, you also see some of the publications. This is a bit of a work in progress. I won't go too much in details in their missions. I want to emphasize now how you have actually this foreign, international, not foreign, missions coming, doing archaeological research, and being closely entangled in the process of nation and heritage building also in Romania. So when Dobroja became part of Romania after the 1877-78 independence war against the Ottoman Empire, a Romanian archaeologist, Grigore Tocilescu, studied the same ruins in a series of study trips. However, his main archaeological mission was done together with an Austrian team at Tropeum Traiani, or Adam Clisi monument, as it is called in Romania, a monument built shortly after the Roman Emperor Trajan's victory over the Dacians, so in 106 AD. Grigore Tocilescu was the chief archaeologist in Romania, director of the Antiquities Museum in Bucharest. The other leaders of the archaeological missions were Otto Bendorf, chair of archaeology at the University of Vienna at the time, and George Niemann, professor of architectural theory of design and perspective at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna. And here we have on the right some reconstructions, somehow very quite imaginative, but actually in 1977, the reconstruction in the top right was actually put in place by the communist regime in what actually has more to do with the the policy towards antiquity that Oana described in her paper in Communist Romania. So coming back to the 19th century, although most of the material heritage and the known history of Wallachia and Moldavia were the product of the period starting from the 14th century, usually called the medieval period, even if 14th century is of course towards the end of the medieval period in the in Western Europe, the predominant interest of the leading Romanian intellectuals regarding the material heritage still concerned the antiquity remains. So in the first study mission organized by the new Romanian state in 1860, the architectural monuments were largely ignored in favor of what I quote, archaeological, archival, and bibliographic treasures of the country. However, while the architectural monuments were ignored in Romania, in the same year, in 1860, a study appeared in Vienna dedicated entirely to a Romanian monument, titled The Church of the Episcopal Monastery from Curtea de Argeș in Wallachia. It was written by the German-speaking Transylvanian scholar Ludwig Reisenberger, and appeared in the main annual publication of the Habsburg Commission for the Study and Protection of Historical Monuments. As France held economic and military interests in Dobroja, so was the case with the Habsburg Empire over Wallachia. The study of an Orthodox Wallachian monument was part of the wider attempts at tightening the Habsburg relations with the Orthodox population and heritage of the region, as mainly a way to counter the Russian influence. At the same time, the Habsburg Empire briefly controlled the Romanian principalities for a span of just a few years between 1854 and 56. And so the study was also significant for the lingering interests for a region whose political status was still uncertain at the time. The analysis of Reisenberger is remarkable. On the left, you have another engraving from his study, and here is how the church looks today. So the analysis of Reisenberger is remarkable for the detailed description of the church, Church of Curtea de Argeș, accompanied by drawings and wood engravings, illustrations that raised awareness of the peculiar architecture of the church. But besides promoting the monument, the study also defined it as Byzantine. So as far as I'm aware, the first time when someone precisely identifies the artistic heritage in Romania as Byzantine. Reisenberger categorized it as such, not primarily because of its formal characteristics, but more because it was an Orthodox church in southeastern Europe. And actually the region comprising modern Romania was never part of the Byzantine Empire, and its heritage had a lot of regional specificities as exemplified by the church. However, the label Byzantine translated in practice, as we shall see next, in erasing the original aspect of many monuments and to a great extent their local identity via restorations, repainting, rebuildings, and emphasizes some canonical Byzantine characteristics as opposed to others. So following the study of Reisenberger, Curtea de Argeș became well known and displayed as a main national symbol for Romania 7 years later at the Universal Exhibition in Paris. The monument was shown as a 2.5-meter wooden replica as the main source of inspiration for the National Pavilion. So the wooden replica on the left, the pavilion in the center, and another construction in the Romanian section on the right in Paris. The Church of Curtea de Argeș was also displayed at the Universal Exhibition of 1889 and 1900, again as source of inspiration for the Romanian pavilion. These universal exhibitions were important for fueling the process of national identity creation. Indeed, Romania, like other newly independent countries, such as Greece or Serbia, was forced to create and display a national identity with these occasions. At the same time, and perhaps even more significant, I would argue that universal exhibitions contributed to a certain way of looking at the national heritage and also at oneself, namely as something that has to be carefully managed and displayed for foreign eyes. The heritage did not serve practical purposes, but to forge a certain image for the outside Western world. The idea that the heritage served the representational purposes is perhaps key to understanding also the most extensive, longest, probably also the most expensive restoration campaign in the history of Romania. Invited by the Romanian state, the French architect André Lecomte de Nuit, pupil of the more famous architect and restorer Eugène Viollet-le-Duc, restored from 1875 to 1904 the most important 5 historical monuments in Romania at the time. His restorations are perhaps extreme examples of widely shared methods of restorations at the time that implied rebuildings, modifications, embellishments of the old fabric of the monuments and of the surrounding landscape. He was guided by the idea to uncover or create an idealized Byzantine style considered appropriate to represent the Romanian heritage. So he completely remade the interior of Curtea de Argeș church, but also here I have 2 examples of more drastic restorations in which you can see churches transformed according to an idealized Byzantine style. The canonical elements of this Byzantine style were a Greek cross-plan church, so a central space in form of a square and 4 arms of equal length, with a central cupola, round arches, and facades made of alternating layers of brick and stone. Therefore, after the restorations, the historical monuments were not old anymore. They were transformed in symbols of the Byzantine art in Romania, handpicked and presented almost in the fashion of exhibition pavilions, removed of old structures and surrounded by new buildings. Being national in this sense meant in many ways the opposite. The monuments were devoid of local specificity by way of the restoration and their former function within the local community. And I have here a good example, which is Saint Nicholas, Sfântul Nicolae in Romanian church in the city of Iași, which was restored by Lecomte de Nuit and were from a church with unusually, for the times, 3 altars. He actually brought back only the initial foundational church, which is in with bold lines in this plan. And from a church that actually priest and the service was done in more languages, representative for a region where people, multilingual region, the church essentially became a Romanian Orthodox one. So the transformation of historical monuments was paralleled by an even more destructive phenomenon, the outright demolition of other historical monuments. Famous examples in Bucharest include the tallest building in the city, the Tower of Colței Monastery, demolished in 1888. Here is also a reconstruction of how this medieval, not medieval, but 18th century tower was supposed to stand in the middle of a big boulevard in today's Bucharest. Or another monument, just as an example, demolished in late 19th century is Sărindar Church, that was actually demolished twice, once reconstructed in the same century. So these pictures that I show now show a lost Bucharest before the great modernization works. For example, in the picture on the left, you have a 19th century neo-Gothic palace with the Colței Tower in the background. And on the right, a picture actually taken from Colței Tower around the same date, showing the new university building in the background. the neo-Gothic palace, but also old inns and churches of Bucharest, which soon would were to be demolished. And this is how Bucharest was transformed, and in after a few decades, it looked very much the same as any other modern European city. Of course, a range of practical reasons explains these demolitions. The need for new wide boulevards, for public squares, for buildings of new institutions, public monuments. And I think a further reason underpins the way Romania shaped its built heritage and its historical monuments. The Romanian intellectual elite also internalized the view that the architectural heritage of their country was inferior and to a great extent not worthy of being preserved. For example, in one of the very first studies about Romanian architecture, the architect Dimitrie Berindei complained that, I quote, "We can say that the country seems without any arts." Also, the chair of art history in Iași, Paul Verusi, also stated, I quote, "The state of our national art is that until this moment we don't have any." And then, of course, this demolition and the way of treating the heritage did not go completely, was not to the liking of everyone. And several intellectuals actually fought a battle to save Colței Tower from demolition, and saw it as a symbol of the identity of the city. As well, the restorations of André Lecomte de Nuit came since 1888, exactly the year Colței Tower was demolished, under sudden and strong criticism leveled by a group of young Romanian architects recently returned from their studies abroad. Because they had a clearly identifiable responsible, and that person was a French one, their criticisms also contained xenophobic statements, such as it would be shameful for the country to address again to foreigners, or artists of the lowest skills from France, from Italy, from Germany, furnish the church with all kind of golden things. I end the quote. These were among the first instances when such a strong language was used against foreigners in Romania. But the attacks would soon die out, paving the way for what is perhaps a more welcoming phenomenon, which is a certain liberation from this Western canon. And here perhaps I touch upon this dual nature of nationalism that I think we spoke about briefly, how it has the obvious potential to be isolationist in search of course, ethnic purity, but also that it can provide a certain freedom. It has a certain emancipatory potential. And I illustrate this with a new orientation in the way heritage was seen and treated by some in Romania, namely that after, in the wake of this criticism against restorations, architects also argued that also other time periods and monuments are significant for the national heritage. Their expansion of the definition of Romanian art was focused mainly on the very decorative churches and palaces in Wallachia from the time of Prince Constantin Brâncoveanu. The period has long been seen as one of decline by historians, and seen as ushering the period of foreign princes directly appointed by the Ottoman Empire, the so-called Fanariots rulers in the 18th century. But for the young Romanian architects, this period was valuable also from an artistic perspective, because it was unique and beautiful enough to provide arguments for the existence of an original Romanian style, independent of what they saw as an ambiguous and even foreign Byzantine identity. On the right, you have a picture of new building inspired by this Brâncovenesque style, designed in late 19th century, and the quote basically defending by Ion Mincu, the architect, defending the idea of a Romanian, unique Romanian style. To conclude, the paper did not intend to paint a black and white picture, namely that foreigners were bad colonialists and Romanians fought for their own identities. Even if nowadays local cultures and identities are cherished and encouraged, the very idea of identity implies separations, differences, and can lapse into isolationism, discriminatory attitudes, or outright racism. I think my post-colonial description of the restorations and destructions in Romania must be balanced by the more positive lesson that can also be drawn, namely that these restorations were in effect a product of an exceptional openness to European values and norms of the Romanian leaders. The borders of the Romanian state were very penetrable to foreign artists and experts, many of which, such as the restorer Le Comte de Nuit, continued their entire career in Romania. Indeed, the definition of Romanian heritage as Byzantine was a way to integrate it into a wider European discourse. After all, Byzantine style is a transnational style and a proof of a shared past that directly contradicts exclusionary national narratives. For better or for worse, scholars in late 19th century Romania were more outward-looking than scholars today often are. Their level of engagement with foreign specialists and ideas can serve as a model in our world, entrenched in specific national academic traditions, and very often blind to discoveries, approaches, or ideas proposed in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cosmin, for reminding us that first Byzantium had culture as well, that the Byzantines were cultural enough, but also, and more seriously, that nationalism remains an emancipatory force, even today. We like it or not, nations and nation states remain necessary, and we see this every time we call upon the national state to help us against the perils of globalization, corporate capitalism, global pandemics. The nation states remain the units that are expected to fight against global predicaments. Who wants to offer a comment, a question? Paulina, is that from before? Your hand?
It's from before, but I actually have a comment because to Dimitris, basically you just said it, that we need national states. I also want to say there is a difference between having a national identity and being nationalistic. We cannot mix the two as one. And as for the topic of your presentation, which was very interesting to me, and now I think I understand more from what I've seen when visiting Bucharest and last year Timișoara, for example. The picture is clear. But as much as we laugh at this rehistorization of the 19th century introduced by Viollet-le-Duc, we have to say that this was the case everywhere. And this is what then people, it's speaking of the ownership of heritage, I think. This is what they thought they were entitled to, and they thought this was the right thing to do. And we had it everywhere, be it the Parthenon that Dimitris showed us, or be it the French cathedrals that were redone in the 19th century, or be it the Marienburg Castle, today Malbork, in former Teutonic Castle, completely redone. They have not much to do with the original nowadays. But again, I think it's a question of feeling owner of what you're dealing with. So this is
they felt on top of modernity. Somehow we feel that modernity is on top of us. Still, we're trying to get rid of it, but we can't.
Thank you, Paulina. And of course, we shouldn't forget that there wasn't a democratic process. So you have a limited number of elite intellectuals that were males and that they were white, and they were deciding what to do with the whole country in the name of the whole population. So it's also true.
Anybody else? Burak?
Thank you, Cosmin. Forgive me if it is irrelevant or you have already touched upon, but some of the building facades you have shown are in the style what we call in the architectural historical context here as Orientalist or in general, or even Ottomanist in particular. What would you say to that? Thank you.
You mean by Ottomanist as a sort of Orientalist variation in the context of the Ottoman Empire? Because I was thinking actually you could also compare some of the monuments in Romania with the revival style in Turkey that happened at the beginning of the 20th century. Yes, you can make this comparison, and it has been done, and you can you can argue that it's the idea or the sort of kind of colonial attitude. It's something that underpins the creation of these modern architectural styles in late 19th century Romania, be they inspired drawing from Byzantine or drawing from other more specific or peculiar times or heritage of the past. Yes, it's a long discussion, but you could make this parallel. It's very useful, and this is why in Southeastern Europe scholars have talked so much about the idea of self-orientalization. You know, because you have nation states, you have independent nation states that sometimes behave in the manner of what colonies of other countries are behaving.
Yes, I suppose what Burak and Cosmin are describing is sort of orientalizing yourself in order to avoid being orientalized by others. This kind of architecture exists in Greece, especially in parts that joined Greece only after the Balkan Wars. Islands like Lesbos, for example, my own home island of Limnos, Chios, but also northern Greece, western Greece, and northwestern Greece, and central northern Greece. We call them neoclassical. Obviously, we can't call them Ottoman, which they are. And we call them neoclassical or eclectic or whatever. Also, if nothing else, to save them, to rescue them from destruction. Because if you call them Turkish, then they're in danger. James?
It was just a short comment to add to Paulina's about these examples of just another example of that redesigning through a modern lens is I don't know if anybody here has been to York, okay, so you'll know the medieval city walls or the medieval city walls, I should say, because I would always in the first year undergraduate degree for history students, we take them on a walking tour of the city, and we take them on the medieval walls, and they're wonderful. They've got carved steel gates, and they've got arrow slits and everything you expect from a medieval city. And you turn to the students and you say, and when do you think this was built? And they all sit there looking like they're working really hard to date it stylistically, and the more clever ones will say 13th century, the ones who haven't got a clue will say 8th or 16th, and then the answer is they were all built in the 19th century, when York built a major railway station, became a major railway hub, and an architect had the clever idea to try and turn York into a tourist attraction, and so expanded the walls and built all the arrow slits, and so it's just another example of that, I suppose.
Well, I say that about the Acropolis every time. Doesn't make me very popular with my students, let me tell you that. Paulina and then Zenta.
Yeah, just shortly, that this fashion did it end in the 19th century. I remember when we published the first inventory of Polish historic architecture that was done in the form of beautiful paintings in the mid-19th century. And we came up with this wonderful idea that we will match it with nowadays picture. It was, I think, 2005 or 2006, and we will take a photo of each of the site and to show how it changed, or did it change, and so on. And of course, in some cases, it was dramatic because the building, for example, doesn't exist anymore. But in many cases, to our huge surprise, on the aquarelle, on this watercolor painting from the 19th century, you have a Baroque church. And on the 21st century photo, you have a Gothic church. And this was not one case, this was several
called time
cases.
travel.
But this was the work of the conservators after World War II, when they rebuilt many of those things from scratches. And in some cases, they made a decision that perhaps they will make it look like more an older structure.
The older, the better.
And it's really difficult to explain to someone who gets this book in his hands, you know, how is this even possible?
Zenta?
Yeah, I was a bit curious about the terminology you used. You said that the buildings were destroyed in the 19th century and it was done by alt-right.
What do you mean by outright?
Maybe I misheard, but I hear.
Okay, Zenta, I think I know what's going on. Outright means completely, not alt-right.
Oh, okay.
Pronunciation issue.
That's my problem.
Got it.
Completely, yeah, completely.
Yes, no, you can't.
I like the story about the church which was destroyed twice, which was demolished twice. Like that.
Actually, this is why relates a bit because you mentioned the right ideologies. This is why, in a way, I like a bit this period, because you have nationalism, but it's still not. I think it still hasn't gotten to the extremist part. So it's still a very international type of nationalism, open to all sorts of ideas and circulations, and not something focused on creating exclusive identities.
I think in most parts of Europe, certainly in Greece, the first time the Greek nationalists and ultra-nationalists started talking about blood, the continuity in blood, in race, was in the 1990s. Before that, it was always about culture, the Hellenic spirit, you know, the continuity of landscape, that sort of thing. No. The amount we were affected by antiquity and Byzantium. Blood and race came to it only after the dissolution of Yugoslavia, and then we got our own Nazi and neo-Nazis, hardcore nationalists. Before that, it was always about butterflies.
I suppose I do feel a duty as the only citizen here of the world's most brutal 19th century empire to state that although these things were a little more fluid and complex and not quite so crystallized, they were nevertheless put to brutal uses in the global south and America and Africa, and even if their violent potential was not yet fully manifest in Europe.
But Dimitris, isn't it also the case that at least some Greek historians, while talking about cultural continuity, they actually mean racial continuity? They don't really mention it.
Yeah, that's what I meant. They were clever enough.
Exactly.
I mean, Paparigopoulos sat down and wrote the history of the Greek, the Hellenic nation, and he actually wrote it 5 times. Trying to make up his mind whether there were 3 phases or 5 phases or 7 phases and then 3 again. He never talks about race.
Yes, that's right.
There's always a nation, but it's a cultural community. He never talks about blood.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. I mean, this whole talk, I mean, European-wide, this whole talk, racial talk, came only at the late 19th, early 20th century. For the first time, as a more coherent.
Even our fascists, Metaxas, in the interwar years, we was like Mussolini, but sort of more stupid. Even more stupid than Mussolini.
Less poetic. Less poetic.
He talks about the people. The people as an entity, as synchronic, and not something. Of course, there's continuity. There's the antiquity and all that, and Byzantium very strong. but there's a lot of talk about the landscape, the sea, the sun, that sort of thing, which is very poetic. And this gave us 2 Nobel Prizes. This poetry about the sea and the Aegean. 1 Nobel Prize in the early 60s and 1 in the late 70s. But blood doesn't come to it. Not in such a brutal way.
Yeah, that's true.
Any other remarks? Don't let us monopolize the discussion. If not, let me remind you all that tomorrow is the last day of the spring school. We had a wonderful colloquium today. I, for one, was extremely impressed by the level of the presentations, all 10 of them. Let me just remind you that tomorrow we can watch the virtual tour of the museum on our own, but we have to do this before 1 because somebody's driving home already. Thanks, Miglena. Way back. But we all reconvene at 1 because there's going to be a lecture and discussion about the museum. But before that, we all need to have seen have taken the tour, as it were. I did some of it this lunchtime, I think. So see you all tomorrow, unless, I don't know, Alec or Diana have something more to say. Oh?
We meet on the same Zoom link, right? Or...
Well, for the museum tour, the link is in the program, which you can see for the virtual tour on our website. There is the link to the tour, and then for the discussion afterwards. For the talk.
Is this Zoom link?
It is the same Zoom link. Yes, it's 1 o'clock local time, so should be 12 o'clock Central European.
Okay.
So well done, everyone, with all 10 speakers, and see you tomorrow.
See you. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye. Bye.
See you. Bye.